starting to play as Batman. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Spaceship. Giving Digixing 24 hours to prepare, Chu Cheng brushed up his experience and changed into Death Bell to visit the headquarters of the killer organization Black Sun. Facts have proved that, although this killer is wielding a knife and a gun, he is not an unreasonable person. This group of people seems to be quite reasonable. Chu Cheng's Death Bell came out to talk to the entire senior management. After some consultations, he successfully reached an agreement with this group of people, and Death Bell took the position of the leader of the Black Sun organization. Anyway, there were only 2 people in the decision-making level of this killer who expressed opposition, but even after one of them was shot by Uncle Zhang and the other was cut in half, they were emotionally stable and did not raise any objections. So the final vote was unanimous, and everyone unanimously welcomed Death Bell as the new leader of Black Sun, and everyone was happy. During this day, the upper levels of the madhouse and Digixing also became nervous instantly and entered a high-intensity meeting discussion. The development of things was beyond their expectations. The same thing happened to the asylum. Although they had encountered those superheroes many times, this was their first direct contact. It felt like they had become accustomed to being in and out so many times. They were already lying down, but suddenly they were patted on the butt and asked to change positions. Suddenly, they couldn't do it anymore. But they had to contact each other, and any senior executive with a normal brain knew that the other party had been very friendly so far, and they had better try to keep it that way. Including the old man named Zidane. He only yelled a few words about the hearing of the 9th department, but that was just his way of squeezing the asylum for its poor performance and bargaining for their budget application. He didn't really want to take any radical actions. So when he said the 2 words he thought he was yelling in private, and Iron Man actually refreshed in front of him, the old man almost had a cardiopulmonary arrest. In other words, the old guy was quite good. If it was Sleepy Joe or something like that, he would probably be scared to death on the spot. Although the politicians may be dogs, they are definitely not stupid. They have also seen what these flying guys are capable of, and it is very likely that they are just the tip of the iceberg of the entire organization. So no matter which faction they are from, they definitely don't want to be hostile to them. In any case, the candidates for the first contact were decided within a day. First of all, the team includes senior officials from different factions of the government, several senior officials of the 9th Special Service, Felix's uncle Gulladin from the Intelligence Bureau, several authoritative scientists, and a few agents from the 9th Department including Eluo Yajin, but none of them are equipped with weapons. The reason why they brought a few agents was that they were frontline personnel who had more or less contact with the superheroes of that organization, and maybe they could get closer. Especially a certain Gordon Luo. This ancient Guangong was in KO's camp, but his heart was in Han, but now he is in the grave and his mind is bat, and his whole body has become the shape of a bat. If he really stands in line, it's hard to say where this guy's elbow will turn. Then the scientist Bachos was also a familiar face. It happened to be Minister Shi and Dr. Hines who led several experts from the 9th Department's Equipment Department. It is said that, because the 9th Department had the earliest contact with the superheroes and the most in-depth research, the requirement given by the superiors this time was to evaluate how much the other party was ahead of humans from a technical perspective. Anyway, Chu Cheng was immediately happy when he saw these familiar faces. It is hard to say whether the few people in the Equipment Department can do development, but they are definitely good at playing badly. They are all old salted fish. Chu Cheng has been observing their movements. Looking at the list of their representatives, there are psychiatric, IQ, cooks, dogs, and salted fish. If you don't know the composition of this delegation, you would think that multiple departments of the hospital are here for team building. The group arrived at the designated location on time. Some were nervous, some were expectant, and some were uneasy. The address given to them by the unknown organization was outside the city, a deserted and uninhabited open space. After receiving the news, the humans conducted a preliminary investigation of the place and found no signs of any secret door entrances or secret bases. No matter how you look at it, it feels like an ordinary open space. They couldn't think of how to meet in such a place. Time passed by in anxious waiting until the second hand clicked to the 12th position. Suddenly, something strange happened. No one in the delegation was prepared for this. They saw a beam of white light descending from the sky, catching them all off guard. What happened next was beyond their understanding. They saw their bodies disintegrating. It was literally what it said. They watched in horror as their hands dissolved in the light stream, and their fingers and palms disappeared bit by bit. It was as if their bodies were torn apart from the structural level, as if their entire bodies, from skin and hair to internal organs and bones, were broken down into atoms and merged into the endless light stream. But there was no pain, no discomfort. Even if someone happened to blink at that time, they might have missed this scene by chance, and they might not even know what happened. Because the whole process was not only incredibly fast, but also without any feeling. In just a blink of an eye, the white light disappeared. The rapidly changing scene in front of them made their brains faint for a while, but they soon recovered. When they were able to refocus their vision, they found that the wasteland, bushes and blue sky in front of them had disappeared, and the scene in front of them had become completely unfamiliar, just like a dream. They were standing on some kind of metal platform, with a sophisticated instrument behind them. They were facing a hall with glass on the edge, which looked like some kind of observation platform. Someone in the delegation walked over bravely. When he reached the edge, his heart stopped suddenly, and he almost shouted, "Fuck!" stuck in his throat. Starry sky, endless starry sky. The darkness was dotted with stars, like countless diamonds dotted on a boundless and magnificent painting. Soon, someone noticed that in the porthole on the other side, they could see the blue and beautiful planet, floating in the vast universe without support, like a fragile and clear glass bead. They didn't need to be any scientific authority to recognize that this was the Earth's pole star, where they lived. The moment they realized the reality, the indescribable shock was like a meteor hammer that hit everyone's heart hard, accompanied by more astonishing questions. If this is the universe outside the Earth pole star, then what is this under their feet? A spaceship? This thought shocked all of them. Aliens, spaceships, even humans themselves may not remember when they first had such fantasies. And almost all aliens that appear in similar fantasies have one common feature, that is, they are technologically advanced and far ahead of humans. They can make the most advanced warships, missiles, and nuclear weapons of humans look like toys in preschool. Although it is a fantasy, it does make sense logically. After all, from the perspective of interstellar space, humans are still natives trapped on the Earth pole star and cannot be separated from the gravity of their mother star. And if there are really aliens who can travel tens of millions of light years to the Earth pole star, it is conceivable that their technological system will naturally be far ahead. At this moment, almost everyone remembered the early argument that those cross-dressing heroes were alien visitors. If the spaceship itself was not shocking enough, then the moment they found themselves on the surface of the Earth's pole, the representatives quickly realized another thing that was enough to shock them beyond measure. They had just been teleported from the ground to the spaceship in less than a second, perhaps just a blink of an eye. Is this considered technology? Chapter 227. I'm Iron Man. The whole team's worldview was severely impacted. At this moment, they looked out the window at the boundless starry sky and the suspended Earth pole star, and then turned their heads to look at the metal platform with the sci-fi device they had just come down from, and they were all in a trance for a moment. Reason seemed to be screaming madly, and all the knowledge they had learned in their lives told them that this was simply nonsense. But they all knew clearly that this was real. They were really teleported from the surface of the Earth to the universe in a few tenths of a second, and everyone was together. This was a huge breakthrough even among all the outrageous technologies that this organization had demonstrated so far, and it could almost be said that it raised the outrageousness of the entire organization to a higher level. In particular, the more people who understood cutting-edge technology were shocked at this time. In their eyes, the technical level of this group of superheroes behind the scenes was infinitely close to the realm of God. Not to mention application. This unreasonable teleportation technology was completely in science fiction, and even the technical foundation did not exist in reality. If the performance of the Batwings and Iron Man armor could make them constantly refresh the other party's technology is at least 20th years ahead of us, then seeing the Justice League's Watchtower teleportation array now, they can't even make a prediction. This has already broken the existing technical framework. There is no basis for predicting how many years it will take for them to achieve this technology. Even if they want to guess, there is no way to guess. The equipment department scientist who followed the team remembered the assessment of the gap with the other party's technology that the superiors repeatedly told them before leaving. They didn't think it before, but now they suddenly found that this was an impossible task. If you must make an analogy, it feels like a primitive tribe holding a bone fork looking up at a modern raptor fighter. A group of people are looking at the forks and pickaxes in their hands. Even if you slap him to death, he can't imagine which god is showing his spirit. So as expected, it's still a waste. Everyone began to whisper to each other in a low voice. But in just a moment, the environment around them changed instantly. The teleportation platform and the portal suddenly disappeared, and the entire hall disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, there was nothing under their feet. In the blink of an eye, the metal baseboard turned into an endless starry sky. A strong sense of weightlessness came over them instantly. Gravity disappeared, and they all turned into dust in the boundless universe, floating without support. It was a magical effect that was shocking both visually and experientially, but in fact, it was actually the application of a very simple technology. All-round panoramic holographic simulation is black technology in reality, but it is a basic technology in both DC and Marvel. Only a simple projection device is needed to turn a huge room into any customized environment, whether it is a dance hall, a desert, an oasis or the universe. Similar technology was used in Stark's speech in the movie, and Nick Fury used this technology to sunbathe on a simulated beach on the space mothership of the SWORD. This technology has completely achieved the ability to be indistinguishable from the real thing, and the environment and scenes are lifelike. If you don't know it in advance, you will never be able to tell the difference between reality and virtuality. Not to mention that, in order to create a more immersive experience, Chu Cheng also turned off the gravity simulation device. Gravity simulation is also a basic feature of any version of the Watchtower. Unlike the simulated gravity technology in reality, which is still in the theoretical stage and difficult to put into practical application, the simulated gravity on the Watchtower is definitely black technology. The gravity of the entire tower can be turned on and used at any time. Just press the switch and the gravity will take effect immediately, and it will disappear immediately when it is turned off. And it can accurately adjust the different gravity coefficients in each room, which can both reduce and double it, and can also assist the heroes in training in the doubled gravity environment. Vegeta is so greedy that he cries, instantly floating in the air without weight. The dark universe is vivid in all directions. In such a situation, even if you know it is an illusion, it may bring great psychological pressure to people, let alone they don't know. After witnessing the teleportation technology, they no longer have any doubts about the technical strength of these people. They seem to think that no matter how outrageous a technology is, they can accept it. Therefore, for a while, they really can't tell whether this is some kind of fantasy or they are really teleported into the universe, even if they can't explain why they can still breathe in the universe. In fact, many of them even have difficulty thinking calmly. In the boundless space, surrounded by stars, the body without the restraint of gravity can only float uncontrollably in the air. The feeling of powerlessness that can't even move. The feeling of being trapped in an extremely vast world. The best astronauts also need a lot of training to adapt to this environment, and they are not astronauts. Then, a focus appeared in the boundless starry sky. At first, it was a tiny star that appeared in the center of their vision, and then the picture was quickly zoomed in. From the first perspective of everyone, it seemed to be shuttling through the starry sky at a speed countless times faster than light, rushing across the boundless universe to the unknown star. The planet gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. In their eyes, it was a planet similar to the Earth pole star, a planet full of vitality. There were mountains and rivers with terrain structures different from the Earth pole star, and there were strange animals they had never seen before. After entering the atmosphere, they could also see cities with architectural styles and structures that were difficult for them to understand from a high altitude. They soon realized that this was a planet different from the Earth pole star, another planet that had bred life that they had never discovered. But what they didn't know was that the planet was called Krypton. Although its clones in the universe were doomed to be destroyed, it also gave birth to the strongest heroes in history in countless parallel worlds. The delegates naturally began to have questions in their hearts. What does this mean? Is it the home planet of those superheroes? So are they aliens? The next moment, they witnessed the destruction. The high-tech city suddenly collapsed, and the defense field was torn to pieces by the power of nature. The fiery red sun stared in the sky like the eyes of the god of death. The Earth's crust was torn apart by irresistible power, and lava rose into the sky. This was a simulation effect that no video image could match, as if they were experiencing the end of the world in person. Unspeakable huge fear instantly dominated the small team, and a pillar of fire happened to burst out from under their feet, almost engulfing all of them. Several of the delegates even couldn't help screaming. But it didn't last long, and the image ended. Their perspective flew out of the atmosphere and left Krypton. They floated in space and watched the entire planet turn into dust. Many of them had never experienced such a terrifying moment in their lives, nor had they ever felt so powerless and so insignificant. What would happen to humans if something like this happened on the Earth's North Star? Then, between the stars, in the depths of darkness, a striking light flashed. That thing was extremely fast, like a meteor tearing through the starry sky. It didn't take them long to realize that the thing was sprinting straight towards them, as if it was going to hit them head on. Everyone's adrenaline was accelerating, and the fear reached its peak in a short moment. But the thing didn't hit them, but rushed straight in front of them, spraying propulsion flames in the opposite direction, and stopping the car in a very short time. The red and gold steel body was no stranger to the eyes of everyone in the delegation. Iron Man. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I hope you like the scenery I specially prepared. It's beautiful, isn't it? A voice with a friendly smile came from under the Iron Man's armor. Grand and magnificent, beautiful, but also extremely dangerous. This is the universe, the true appearance of this starry sky. The appearance of this steel body made them feel a chill in their hearts, and their nervous mood calmed down a little. The fear of being alone and helpless in the endless starry sky also dissipated a little. Hello, it's nice to meet you too. Chaping Dang, the supervisor of the 9th Division, said. You want to tell us that the universe is full of opportunities and dangers? Is that what you mean? More or less. Iron Man said, I believe we haven't officially met yet. But since I invited you to talk, I have to be honest. So. Then, in front of the wide eyes of the entire delegation, the armor opened. The golden visor snapped open, and the helmet structure snapped open like an open mouth. The armor parts on the chest also separated to the left and right sides, and the arm and leg armor were all opened, revealing the person wrapped inside. A handsome man with a goatee, wearing a sophisticated suit. His expression was casual, but seemed to show extraordinary confidence. Unique temperament, confident aura, calmly suspended in the weightless environment. The Iron Man armor closed immediately after he came out, like a loyal mechanical guard, standing beside him in a dignified and inviolable manner, always on guard. It formed a sharp contrast with the representatives, who were embarrassed in the weightless environment. Let me introduce myself. My name is Anthony Edward Stark. You can call me Tony Stark. And as you can see, he paused, looking at everyone with a confident and calm smile. I'm Iron Man. Chapter 228, Aliens and Others. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the man who called himself Tony Stark. In addition to being shocked, countless thoughts and questions continued to surge into their minds. First of all, this put an end to a question that many people have been arguing about. What exactly is Iron Man? The mainstream view is that he should be a machine, or even a mechanical alien life form. But now this view seems to have been overturned, and it looks like a human under the armor. But this brings up a question that is often mentioned in debates. If this is an armor, then with such a close-fitting design and such a thin style, how could the person inside withstand such a high-speed fancy flight and the damage of missile hitting the face? Even if its material science is extremely advanced, and the shell is incredibly hard, Could the person inside also be a monster? However, thinking carefully about the physical strength of some other heroes in this organization, it seems that it is not impossible. Even compared to this lightweight armor with shock-absorbing black technology that can allow ordinary people to withstand monster-level attacks, they would rather believe that the person inside is originally a superpower. I know what you are thinking. Tony Stark said, "I'm not an alien, nor a superhuman. I'm just an ordinary human, but from a different world from you. I'm from Earth." Should I use your name, Pollister? Then I'm from Pollister number 616, and like you, I'm also a human. Although Chu Cheng was fooling around, it was not completely fooling around. Marvel has set numbers for each of its parallel universes, and the main world number is 616. The representatives were shocked when they heard this. Multiverse theory? A scientist could not hide his excitement. I have known that this theory is true for a long time. The concept of parallel worlds is no longer unfamiliar in modern times, and the representatives quickly understood it. So it is not aliens, but humans from parallel worlds. The expressions of the representatives were different, and everyone's expression became a little complicated. Soon, someone also wondered in his heart whether the aliens who can cross countless light years to Pollister are stronger, or the aliens who can break the space barrier at will are more outrageous. But it didn't take them long to realize that, from a technical perspective, there was no difference. Because no matter which of the above situations, the humans on their Earth star were essentially primitive people holding bone forks and looking up at the Raptor fighter jets. Whether they were aliens or aliens, they were giants on this planet with their abilities and technology. But from the perspective of humans, they undoubtedly hoped for the latter. Compared to aliens who knew nothing, they were still more willing to deal with fellow human beings, even if they were aliens. Of course, this is just me. The other members of the Alliance all came from different universes. Many of them are also humans, and some are aliens. In just a few words, the group felt more and more shocked. Only then did they realize that, even if they made bolder guesses and refreshed their understanding of the upper limit of this alliance again and again, they now found that the pattern was still small. From these few words, they had already outlined the vague outline of this organization in their minds. An organization that has mastered the technology of dimensional crossing, a behemoth that spans the heavens and the worlds, composed of extraordinary talents from countless worlds, and a collection of superpowered people from multiple worlds, multiple dimensions, and even cutting-edge technologies from alien races from different dimensions. So they not only have people from other worlds, but also aliens, and even aliens from other worlds. It is more exaggerated than all their bold fantasies about this organization so far. But in a sense, although Chu Cheng is still fooling around through Stark's mouth, you can't say that it's all nonsense. First of all, as the founder of the organization, the commander, and the only designated leader with all the responsibilities, he is indeed a crossover from another world. This is the truth. Then, although the characters in the card pool have not been drawn yet, if you count the potential team members, their team has Kryptonians, Martians, space security civil servants, Asgardians, and slimy alien symbiotes. So they not only have genuine extraterrestrial races, but also have rich diversity, which is definitely not bragging. Saying that their organization's influence is spread across the heavens and the worlds. Whether this is bragging or not depends on personal understanding. Anyway, if you really go to the heavens and the worlds, there are indeed tens of thousands of Avengers and Justice Leagues, and it is not wrong to say that they are branches in other worlds. The message contained in these words is so shocking that, even if the representatives are somewhat prepared, it is difficult to believe it. Whether it is an agent or a politician, suspicion is their job. It is difficult for them to easily believe a stranger's one-sided statement. But soon they realized that suspicion is meaningless. The reason is simple, their fists are big enough. From the first appearance of Batman to the present, every action of these mysterious heroes will raise their understanding of this organization. Finally, today, after experiencing this fantastic technology in person, at least no one among the representatives on the scene dared to question their strength. Then may I ask, Zidane asked boldly, is there any special reason for your organization to come to our world? Of course, we will never appear in a world that does not need help. Tony continued, I believe you have noticed that the peace of this world is disappearing. Those things that you used to think were beyond common sense are appearing, and we believe that they are just the signs before the real disaster. More terrible enemies are on the way, and they will bring unprecedented disasters to this planet. And only when a race in a certain world encounters a disaster will it attract the attention of our organization. The representatives were even more shocked when they heard this. They naturally thought of Leela's warning that something called God in the starry sky by the ancients was about to descend on the Earth pole star. If they heard an outsider say this without any preparation, even if Iron Man and the mysterious organization had proved their strength and won a certain degree of trust, they would certainly doubt the authenticity of such words. But with the words of the ancients, although they did not completely dispel their doubts, they did reduce a lot. More importantly, at this point, they could no longer afford the consequences of not believing. They didn't know how strong the enemies from the stars were, but they had seen the abilities of the ancients. However, according to the description of the cooperating ancient, they were not even qualified to be compared with God. And just as the previous logic, if an enemy really had the ability to cross the boundless stars, whether by technology or by some other means, it is very likely that it would have the power to crush humans. Then thinking of the doomsday experience that they had just experienced, which was like a nightmare, many people thought of a possibility and shuddered all over. Mr. Stark. Zidane swallowed his saliva, his throat a little dry. The picture you just showed, the destroyed planet, could it be another planet, highly similar to humans, but with a much higher level of technology than you? Stark said, but as you can see, they were destroyed. That was a long time ago. It's too late for them now. The Alliance can't save them, but we can help other similar people in the multiverse. Well, Chu Cheng didn't mean to whip Dacheo's corpse in his hometown. But when he came up with the idea of finding a shocking holographic video to stun these people, and then he went to the Watchtower database and looked it up, he found that the only complete holographic panoramic doomsday video that allowed the audience to experience it in person seemed to be the destruction of Krypton. The representatives were all shocked. They had thought before that facing such a god-level enemy, it was really as the ancient said, they had no choice but to pray. Now hearing these words, and seeing the picture just now, they couldn't help but believe it a little more. But now, they have a chance. Many people's eyes have fallen on Tony Stark in a suit, but they don't need to speak. Chu Cheng also knows what they mean. Yes, we are here to help, and I think what we have done so far has proved this point. Tony said, but don't be too happy too soon. As I just explained, our organization has powerful warriors and technology, but we also have countless worlds to save. This means that the resources we can invest in each world are limited. Let me think about it. There should be such a saying in your world, right? Those who save themselves will be saved by God. I think you should understand this truth. Chaping Dong's heart tightened when he heard this, but he remained calm on his face and immediately said, of course, Mr. Stark, I understand this truth. This is our own planet, our own world, and we will fight for it. But, well, you should have seen for so long that we have not responded well enough to the new situation. Although we don't want to admit it, we have found that we are powerless. So if there is anything we can do, of course, I know what you are thinking. You want advanced technology and faster development. After all, that is the foundation of your civilization and the basis of your strength. Yes, as you can see, the Alliance does have very advanced technology. But if you think our technology can help the next crisis, you'd better not have any expectations. We have tried this solution in other worlds, but it didn't work. Technology can't force growth. Yes, we can prevent you from taking some detours, and maybe speed up the process a little bit, which may have an impact on the macro level, but it is useless in the short term, and cannot help you deal with the current threat. Of course, if you don't believe me, I will first show you some of the technology, which is absolutely detailed, and has all the information. If you don't believe me, you can take it back, and ask your best people to study it. But I can guarantee that even for the most basic part, you won't be able to figure out how it works in 50 years. The representatives looked at each other. Some people who knew nothing about the relevant fields looked at the scientists from the 9 places. who were accompanying them, but they naturally got the expression of "we think he is right" from the eyes of those guys who had long been addicted to playing bad. This answer really exceeded everyone's expectations. It made them feel that human beings were like a group of useless people who couldn't help themselves, and no one could teach them step by step. Then, Chaping Dong asked cautiously, "Mr. Stark, what else do you think we can do?" He believed that, since there was this meeting, the other party appeared in front of them, it must not be just to tell them that you are finished. The other party must have a plan. "Don't worry too much, we Avengers are professionals in saving the world." Tony smiled. "Avengers, is this the name of your organization, Mr. Stark?" "To be precise, it is the name of my branch. We have two factions, but under the same leadership." "Well, that doesn't matter," Tony continued. "As I said, we Avengers may have saved the world more times than you have walked across the bridge. But the resources that the Alliance can invest in each world that needs to be saved are limited, so this requires cooperation from the local. When I say cooperation, I mean absolute cooperation. For example, intelligence sharing, tactical coordination, disaster control, etc. And the most important point, resources. This is the real focus of Chucheng. We have technology, many technologies that even exceed your imagination. I think you have seen this. But we need a lot of resources to realize them." Chaping Dong pondered for a moment. It's hard for me to respond immediately," he said. "I don't have the power to make such a decision. I have to go back to the meeting to discuss it. But considering the situation, I'm at least 70%. No, 80% sure that we will be willing to cooperate with you." Tony smiled. "Don't be so nervous. As long as you cooperate, we will handle the rest." Chu Cheng said this with confidence. He has already looked through how many BT things there are in the technical module. If there are sufficient resources to reproduce most of them, not to mention fighting a powerful fleet in the Marvel DC universe, at least it will be easy to beat the space fleet of the Chitauri. "Okay, Mr. Stark," Chaping Dong said seriously, "let's go back and discuss it immediately." "Very good. Then I would like to say in advance that we have a pleasant cooperation." 2 chapters but still close to 7,000 words. Chapter 229. Let's go eat barbecue. The conversation basically ended here. Stark did not reveal the specific cooperation method and what they needed. The conversation ended with a dazzling white light. It was the same effect as when they were teleported here, as if it fell from the depths of the starry sky and enveloped the entire delegation. There was another picture change that they could not understand. The starry sky faded like a tide, and each of them dissolved and disappeared in the light stream. They clearly saw their bodies being disintegrated and scattered, but they did not feel any discomfort. When they came to their senses, everyone in the delegation had already descended from the sky with the white waterfall. The energy rushed on the ground like a stream of water, and everyone fell back to the ground with the energy tide. They were dazed for a short time, and when their vision recovered, they looked around and saw only a desolate area around them. At first glance, it looked a little familiar. It was exactly the starting point of their departure. In the short time they left, the army and some other scientific researchers had already stationed here. They were still trying to digest the shocking fact that the delegation had disappeared. But before they could find out anything from the scan, they saw another beam of light falling from the sky. The disappeared delegation reappeared in the same place when they were stunned. The researchers who were holding the cutting-edge equipment for detection and scanning opened their mouths wide when they saw this scene, and their horror was beyond words. Even the representatives who returned from outer space were in a trance at this time. Some people touched their bodies absent-mindedly and confirmed that every part of their body was still there, without missing arms, legs, or heads. Now thinking back, everything that had just happened was just like a dream, and both what they saw and heard seemed so unreal. But they could see from each other's faces that it was real. Moreover, they had just received a crucial mission, and there might be no time to delay. In fact, after sending these guests away, Iron Man also climbed out of the watchtower immediately. Originally, Chu Cheng thought of simply putting the watchtower back into the equipment inventory so that the facility would disappear like a ghost, more effective than the most advanced stealth equipment, and no one would be able to find it. But Friday reminded that the watchtower is also the best outpost for extraterrestrial threats. After all, the Justice League originally built it in space to prevent extraterrestrial threats. No one on the Earth star can match its deep space detection and automatic defense system. Now that Leela warned them that they might face extraterrestrial threats next, this might be exactly what they need most. Although the transmission system can send heroes to the watchtower at any time, just in case, I suggest that it might be better to leave an idle hero on duty in the watchtower. We can log into the hero regularly to check and make sure everything is fine. Friday said. Okay. This is nothing. Chu Cheng now has few first tier combat forces, and there is a gap in strength with the heroes behind. But when it comes to sending heroes to station and guard, there are as many as he wants. Generally speaking, the task of guarding the watchtower is either given to Marty and Hunter or Cyborg, but these two are estimated to be higher level heroes, and are not yet available. So Chu Cheng casually checked the Huntress to stay on duty in the watchtower. He knew that the human leaders would try to search for this spaceship-like facility, but they were doomed to find nothing. Just as they would find nothing if they tried to look up the name Tony Stark. In the original world, the hero's mask was used to protect their true identity, but in fact, it didn't matter whether they wore a mask or not on the Earth Star. Because the heroes operated by Chu Cheng didn't exist in this world, they were like ghosts that appeared out of thin air without masks. So disguise seemed dispensable. Obtain resources from humans to develop weapons, and strengthen equipment to improve their own technological strength, and at the same time, use technology to transform the human world for the better. This may be what the real Tony Stark wants. Unlike many other superheroes, although Iron Man also prevents crime and rushes to the front line against terrorists, supercriminals, and aliens, he is not satisfied with this. Stark is called a future scientist and a person who lives in the future. He is proud of this, but to some extent it is also his shackles. He is extremely conceited, even narcissistic, and that is why he has an arrogance that no one else has, trying to carry the future of all mankind on his shoulders. He thinks this is his responsibility, because he has the ability to do it. Not only does he fight by transforming himself into Iron Man, but he also drives the development of human civilization in many fields such as energy, weapons, biology, and medicine. This is what Stark Technology has been committed to doing since it stopped selling arms. At the same time, he built a large number of iron suits, a legion of mass-produced iron robots like the one in Avengers 2, and even a super artificial intelligence like Ultron. As he said in his classic line, "I want to put armor on the world." In the original work, he even got involved in the political field for a time, wanting to make the world more correct from a deeper level. Of course, as we all know, the ending was not very ideal. In addition to leaving a lot of black history for the character of Iron Man, that experience also proved that he was not suitable to wade into the muddy waters of politics. But whether it is a performance of Ultron in the movie, after hijacking the mass-produced Iron Man robot army, or the parallel universe in the original Iron Man who ruled the world with technology after turning evil, it proves that, if Stark crosses his inner bottom line, and is determined to overturn the table, he really has the ability to rule the world alone. Of course, Chu Cheng doesn't want to do this, and he doesn't plan to create something like Ultron. But he does have a plan to create an Iron Legion like the one in Avengers 2. The extremely simplified arc reactor drive with mass production as the goal, also considering that each mass-produced unit is only equipped with the same palm recoil pulse cannon as Iron Man, with flight ability and strong power. Tony originally planned to design a super artificial intelligence to lead them, but the ending of Avengers 2 has proved that it is unreliable. So Chu Cheng decided not to be so ambitious for the time being, and only equipped each Iron Man robot with basic combat AI, just like the robots that Iron Man released to evacuate the people in the opening part of the movie. This will reduce the difficulty of development a lot, and save costs, and facilitate mass production. The design drawings are in Stark's laboratory. Friday analyzed the blueprint. Because Stark originally designed it for mass production, the technical difficulty is much lower than that of Iron Man's armor. Friday said that, as long as there are funds and resources, they are now fully capable of mass production of these technologies. In this way, Chu Cheng will have an iron army that is the same as Iron Man in the movie, and only obeys his command. He does not need to operate it personally, and it will not torture his liver and kidneys. It is a super army that he can command freely. That will become another huge bargaining chip in his future. Powerful heroes, unfathomable technology, and a huge organization hidden under the mysterious veil of the multiverse behind them are all chips to maintain deterrence and seize the initiative. Sometimes you can't be too friendly, otherwise you will be easily pointed at by someone. Superman is such a typical example. He has the Kryptonian technology of the entire Fortress of Solitude and the strength of a god on Earth, but he is calculated and pointed at by someone all day long. The main reason is that he is too easy to talk to. Okay, the break is over. After exiting the operation interface, Chu Cheng leaned back in his chair. Friday, let's see if we have any tasks now. It is said that we should not forget our original intentions. Technology should be developed, and the Legion should be built, but the game should not be left behind. Experience and points are always the primary productive force. Yes, sir. Elsewhere. In the dark night, a woman fled on the road in panic. She was barefoot, disheveled, and looked back every 3 steps. Her pale face seemed to be deformed by extreme fear. She turned a corner in panic, and soon found herself rushing into a dead end. She leaned against the end of the road in despair. When she looked back again, she was horrified to see that the nightmare thing had appeared at the intersection. A twisted shadow. An infected person, who might have been a man from a few features, but now it is difficult to call him a human. He has a strange body, black thorns all over his body, and his physique is a full circle larger than that of an ordinary person. His sharp teeth are out with chilling mucus. No, please. The woman shrank in the corner in fear, for the sake of our old relationship, but this made the infected monster even more angry. He let out a strange cry and pretended to pounce, and the woman screamed shrilly. But the monster didn't make a move after all. He seemed to sense something and paused, slowly turning his head to look behind him. At the entrance of the alley, a young man's shadow appeared without knowing when. He was wearing a white windbreaker, and the crisp footsteps echoed in the dark alley. Special Service 9 Agent, Felix Grove. Infected. Well, this looks serious enough. He raised his eyebrows and said to himself, then I'll leave this to you. Is that okay? Roar. The infected roared and pounced on him with his teeth and claws. Point, I'll take this as okay. As the voice fell, Felix's eyes turned white and his whole temperament suddenly changed. He pulled the corner of his mouth and revealed a somewhat evil smile. Ha. Finally, in a flash, a blurry shadow separated from Felix. The shadow vaguely seemed to transform into a human form, and his right hand stretched out like lightning, accurately grasping the throat of the infected. The infected's momentum was abruptly stopped, and the mutated pupils suddenly contracted. Bang! Felix chuckled. The infected's body exploded instantly, torn into pieces by the huge impact. Blood mixed with minced meat splashed everywhere. The scene was shocking and caused the woman in the corner to scream again. Felix moved his neck, revealing an expression that was somewhat unsatisfied. As he turned and walked away, his eyes turned white again. Then he began to talk to himself again. Seriously? Do you always have to make the scene so ugly? Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's have barbecue tonight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Shadow. Felix Grove pushed a metal cart between the shelves of the supermarket and casually threw a bag of sandwich cookies into his shopping cart. The strawberry flavor is terrible. Only idiots eat strawberry flavor. A voice said to him. No, only idiots hate strawberry flavor. Felix said. Whatever you want. But today we have to eat the little guy full of spicy sauce. What do you call it? The voice muttered vaguely again. Spicy strips. Yes, that thing tastes great. No, we are not going to eat it today. Felix said. But you said we would buy it next time we go to the supermarket. Sorry, I forgot. You're playing tricks. Okay, now I'm angry. Okay, then I can only eat you reluctantly instead. No, you won't. Felix continued to push the shopping cart nonchalantly. We are going to eat vegetarian food tonight. Something healthier. I'm controlling my weight. We have to. At this time, he noticed that the auntie next to the shelf was secretly looking at him with a look of fear and curiosity. A typical look you want to see, but dare not see, when you meet a mentally ill person on the road. However, when she noticed Felix looking back, she quickly retracted her gaze, as if she had been electrocuted. Felix showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. I just said it out loud again, didn't I? This time he deliberately controlled his mouth, and didn't make any sound, focusing on what he said in his heart. I want to eat spicy strips. The voice hummed. Felix frowned. This feels a bit difficult. To communicate with thoughts, you have to keep concentrating, and deliberately control your mouth not to make any sound. I want to eat spicy strips. The voice continued to hum. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Remember to remind me tomorrow that reporting day is coming. We have to go to the mothership, to take psychological tests and so on. Remember to remind me to get up early in the morning. Felix thought. I want to eat spicy strips. Felix let out a long breath. Okay, spicy strips, spicy strips. He slammed several large bags of spicy strips on the shelf into the shopping cart. Are you satisfied with this? That's more like it. The voice became a little more cheerful. I knew you cared. I just can't stand your noise. Now buy what you want. Can you be quiet? Yes, sir. The voice became very serious. Then it finally really quieted down. When he noticed the strange look of a girl opposite him, Felix realized that he had spoken out again. He squeezed out a smile that looked as natural as possible, but was still awkward, and pointed to his ears blocked by his hair. I'm talking to my brother on the phone. The child is throwing a tantrum. He smiled. Thank God his hairstyle covered his ears, so he could easily fool people into believing there was a Bluetooth headset that didn't exist. The girl came back to her senses, gave him an understanding smile, and walked away with the shopping cart. Brother? The voice that had just quieted down started to make noise again. You are the brother. Felix didn't want to talk anymore. Yes, the noisy voice in his mind was his phantom. It even had a name, Shadow, and it was said that it named itself because it thought it sounded like a killer ninja or something, and it thought it was cool. Felix only recently learned about the existence of the Shadow, and he was still trying to accept it. But at the same time, he was also told that the Shadow had actually existed for a long time, but he just noticed it now. All the abnormalities that happened to him in the past, such as his occasional blackouts, waking up in strange places, or enemies lying on the ground next to him, were basically caused by this guy. Chiachu didn't have a deep understanding of things like phantoms, but he knew that phantoms came in many different forms. For example, Felix's is different from Fana's. Every time the Shadow appears, it will take over his body. It feels a bit like the Card King with colorful hair and his ghost. Every time he fights with someone, the ghost behind him will play for him. From this perspective, the Shadow is not only a phantom, but also like another personality derived from him. To be honest, Felix was really shocked when he heard this at first, and he spent a little time doubting his life. But soon he felt lucky. At least his phantom was not the kind of fun person who hoped for chaos in the world all day long. It seems that its biggest ambition is nothing more than having spicy noodles to eat after dinner. It is quite easy to get along with. Felix checked his mobile phone and his voicemail box when he left the supermarket. Clicking on the unread message, the first one was from his uncle Gowlading Grove. Have you been busy lately, kid? I know we haven't had much time to sit down and talk since then. You're busy and probably not in the mood. But I also want you to know that we care about you, and so do our family. All the decisions we make are for your own good. We also want you to know that the family will always support you, and we hope that no matter what you're thinking, come and talk to us. He hung up the call before he finished listening and threw the message into the trash can. Wow, so ruthless. Shadow's voice rang again. Seriously, I think the old guy is not bad. Maybe you can consider talking to him. Shut up and eat your spicy strips, Felix said, unpacking a handful of spicy strips and stuffing them into his mouth. Taking a big bite, Although it seemed a little funny, they shared many parts of their bodies, such as taste. So when he said eat your spicy strips, he actually meant himself. Delicious. Shadow was very happy. The more times like this, Felix became more curious about how they could trust this guy with secrets and missions. The existence of Shadow basically explained why he had a USB flash drive with level 10 permissions hidden in his bathroom. To be more precise, that person belonged to Shadow. Shadow was a spy who was sent by the Intelligence Bureau, and also his family group, to infiltrate the Secret Service Division 9. So technically speaking, he himself was actually a spy, but he had never realized it. So the more he understood, the more weird he felt. After all, now that he knew about the existence of his roommate in his body, according to his observation, the main characteristic of this guy was that he could eat a lot. It felt like a husky had moved into his body. How could those drug sellers be so confident in letting a husky take on such an undercover mission? But no matter what, he was the only one who was kept in the dark. Everyone around him realized what was going on, but no one thought of telling him the truth. He was not very happy about it. Halfway through the walk, a new phone call came in. This is Felix Grove. Yes, I'm nearby. Suspected infection incident? Okay, got it. I'll stop by to check it out. After hanging up the phone, he put the phone in his pocket. Okay, we have to get to work. Okay. Shadow sighed, then tentatively asked, maybe we can take a bag of spicy strips on the way. No. Felix said firmly. Point okay. The crime scene was not far away. The scene was under the control of the local sheriff's department at this time. When the report was accepted, it was originally just an ordinary murder case, but because more than one had happened recently, there were signs that it might be an infection-related incident. As usual, Felix's first task was to assess whether the incident was related to the infection. He went back to his residence first, threw the shopping bags and other things on the living room floor, then went downstairs and drove his car, and drove straight to the scene. It was a 5-minute drive, and he arrived quickly. He parked the car on the side of the road, ignored Shadow's mumbling about spicy strips in his ear, and crossed the road to the crime scene. The scene was in an apartment building, and the sheriffs had set up a cordon outside. However, the 9th Department had obviously informed the other party in advance. After Felix showed his ID at the scene, the sheriffs let him pass the cordon without asking any questions. The sheriff in charge of the scene received him very friendly and politely asked him to check the scene. The deceased was a man. He died in bed, naked, but the whole person was a bit unsightly. His skin was wrinkled, like a tree trunk that had been drained of water, almost tightly attached to the bones. His eye sockets were sunken, and his eyes were wide before he died. He kept reaching out to the windowsill, and his withered arms were like branches that would break at the touch. This kind of death is not common. Felix frowned slightly. Have you found out what the cause of death is? The sheriff's expression became a little subtle, and he said softly. To put it simply, he was squeezed dry. Chapter 231. Isn't it too fast? Indeed, the dead guy on the bed looked like he had been drained, literally. His miserable appearance reminded people of the people who were sucked out of the body in some Liar's Hay-style stories. They had clearly died not long ago, but their bodies looked like zombies. Felix heard the shadow whistle in his ear. This guy must have died very happily. That's not funny at all. Felix said. Okay, you're the boss. We are still conducting preliminary investigations. The sheriff said on the side. We are trying to extract fingerprints or DNA in some places where traces may be left. There are signs that there may be more than one person in the room when he died. If we can extract effective evidence. Like this cup, right? Felix squatted beside a trash can and carefully took out a disposable paper cup with gloves on. I think the probability of an average person using a disposable cup when they are alone at home should be low. Oh, of course. The sheriff was a little embarrassed. He was surprised that they missed something as obvious as this. The cup was still in the trash can, which meant it was left by a recent visitor to the apartment. If he was lucky, it might have been left there before the death of the deceased. There might be saliva residue on it, which could help them identify the person. Felix was right. They were lucky enough to successfully extract DNA traces from the cup, and it didn't take long to identify and trace it back to a woman named Mary Kijima. She was a college student, but inquiries into her life trajectory and financial situation showed that she might be engaged in seafood trading. After confirming her identity, Felix's intelligence network in the 9th Bureau located her location faster than the Public Security Bureau. Someone had booked a room at a star-rated hotel at 9 o'clock tonight, and the evidence showed that she was there. Felix found the hotel and checked the designated room. When he stood at the door, Shadow's voice sounded again, the smell of infection. Are you sure? Of course, and it should be a tough guy. Let's just say the smell is more pungent than the cologne of your unlucky uncle. Well, that sounds exaggerated. So Felix didn't hesitate and kicked the door in. Since accepting the existence of the Shadow, he found that his physical fitness was much stronger than before, and he should be one of the best among the special people. The hotel door lock was completely unable to bear his leg's strength, and it broke with a bang. As expected, he found a growing man and woman in the room. Judging from the state, when they broke the door, they might be in some indescribable process. It's just that the man inside might have already passed the stage of tax evasion and entered a stage of my body has pineapple. It seems that he wants to surrender, but the female devil on his head has no intention of letting him go, and he is miserable. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the woman was stunned by the door Felix was kicked open, the man escaped desperately. He was still breathing, but he clearly had the symptoms of the previous dead person. Wrinkles all over his shriveled skin. The whole person was skinny, and he used his hands and feet to desperately crawl on the floor towards the door. His deep eye sockets stared at Felix's direction, desperately stretched out his skinny arm, and said something to him vaguely with difficulty. What is he saying? Felix couldn't hear clearly. I think he's saying, "It's awesome," Shadow said, or, "My life is worth it." The expression doesn't look like it. Of course, this is the team voice. One of the advantages of intracranial communication is that it is much more convenient once you slowly get the hang of it. It only takes a moment for their thoughts to communicate. And with the appearance of Felix, the girl in the room seemed to immediately lose interest in this man, who was almost broken. When she looked at Felix, her eyes almost glowed, just like a hungry wolf salivating when it found a fat sheep. To be fair, she actually looked pretty. Although her facial features were not very prominent, they could at least be considered delicate. The main thing was that the whites were white and the bigs were big. It was hard to say whether it was soft or not, but at least it was pleasing to the eye. She chuckled twice, threw a look of interest, and walked towards Felix with her waist twisted. "Little brother, do you want to get comfortable together?" Shadow said, "Oh, I feel that you may be busy for a while, so I won't bother you for now. UGKD. After that, the voice seemed to disappear from Felix's mind. Wait. Hey, this is serious, don't. The girl had already pounced on him. He didn't need any equipment or Phantom's dog-like sense of smell to determine that this must be an infected person. She jumped directly from the other end of the room to the door in one jump. Anyone with a normal eye could see it. Felix's pupils shrank, and he immediately pulled out his gun without thinking. He was quite confident in his shooting skills, and he pulled the trigger without spending any time aiming. The pistol echoed crisply, the gunpowder exploded in the barrel, and the metal bullet swirled and locked onto the target. But the girl dodged nimbly by turning her body, and the bullet hit the closet with a puff, exploding wood chips. She used her bare feet to push against the cabinet on the side of the entrance, and when she landed, she was already in front of Felix. Felix immediately adjusted the trajectory of the bullet, and the wrist holding the gun was already held. The second bullet almost hit the girl's cheek and missed, leaving a dark bullet hole on the floor. He reacted quickly, and his right hand immediately loosened, letting the pistol fall with gravity, while his left hand intercepted it at the landing point in advance. A clever weapon change, a high-end skill in close combat. He held the gun with his left hand and immediately pointed it at the girl's smooth and soft belly, pulling the trigger without thinking. But it was dodged again. Her body was as flexible as a water snake, and she avoided the firepower of this shot with an almost impossible movement. Then she raised her knee and hit Felix's wrist, and the pistol fell to the ground. She pressed Felix against the wall, and the whole person climbed up like a snake. He could almost feel the softness against his chest. It was not an ordinary infected person, much stronger than the regular infected people encountered in most missions in the 9 divisions. Whatever infected her, it must be much stronger than the usual source of infection. The gun is nice, but this isn't the one I want to see, she said with a smile. Felix tried to avoid looking directly at her, gritting his teeth and saying, "No, this is a good time to joke. Come out now." Huh? What did you say? The woman was almost touching his face. "Sorry, dear, I don't seem to be able to keep up." The next second Felix's eyes turned pale, and then his face suddenly changed, revealing a strange smile. The moment the voice fell, a blurry image had separated from his body. The first part that flew out turned into a slap and pressed it on the girl's face. Bang! The dull explosion sounded like a heavy hammer hitting the face. The girl's neck was raised, and she was blown back into the room, knocking the TV in the room to the ground, and the screen was smashed into pieces. "I'm not looking for trouble on purpose." The shadow that took over the body smiled carelessly, "But you finished too quickly, didn't you?" Chapter 232. You will be interested in me too. Felix, or rather the shadow, that had taken over his body, walked slowly into the room. The girl who had just been blown away by him seemed to be fine, and had gotten up again in a blink of an eye. However, her face, which had been quite pretty, had now been completely deformed by the explosion. Her entire face was bloody and fleshy, and under the blown up flesh was a complex structure like roots that was slowly wriggling. It made people instinctively feel nauseous. "She's really hard." Shadow frowned, "Harder than the pancakes sold in the shop downstairs. I've told you that she's different from other infected people. Don't be too careless." Felix's voice sounded, and of course only his phantom could hear it. Their current state was equivalent to the role swap between the two parties, and each of them came to the place where the other usually was. Now Felix has become a state similar to a ghost behind him, and Shadow is playing online for him. "Don't worry, I can control it completely," Shadow said confidently, while stretching his knuckles. The girl touched her face, which was gradually covered by the roots and was recovering. "You ruined my face." Her eyes became furious. "You will pay the price," she screamed sharply, and then more structures like tentacles and roots like the ones just now penetrated from under her skin, wrapping around her whole body, as if she was wearing some kind of deformed battlesuit. She flew forward and rushed towards Felix's body without caring about her life. But the phantom body of the shadow blocked her and punched her in the face. The girl was agile and dodged the shadow's punch with the tilt of her body. She took advantage of the force on the double bed in the room and stepped off the ground, trying to bypass the phantom to attack the main body. But the shadow had already seen through her actions and stretched out his arms to grab her ankles and pulled her down the moment she was in the air, making her fall heavily to the ground. The girl screamed and kicked her in the face with her other leg. The shadow let go and retreated to avoid it. The girl took the opportunity to get up, but in the meantime, the shadow had already stuck to her again. She raised her hand in anger, but Shadow slapped it away with his palm, and at the same time, he extended his palm and pressed lightly on her chest. Bang! Something exploded with a roar, as if the air was detonated. The transparent shock wave exploded, and the girl's body shook, and she was hit backwards, as if she was hit by a heavy hammer, and smashed the window with a bang. She fell into the air with the debris in the sky, and her falling body smashed the roof of the car parked on the street below with a bang. The entire metal roof collapsed, and the windshield was crushed. "It didn't explode even after this?" Shadow said in surprise as he walked towards the window. "She's really hard." This is his phantom ability, contact detonation, which can detonate objects touched by bare hands. Another way to put it, that makes DNA eager to move, is this 30 has been touched by someone in my Shadow Point JPG. Generally, the infected person should have been blown to pieces when he took the first shot, but this one obviously didn't. "I told you, she's not ordinary," Felix said in his mind again. "Don't be careless. Don't worry, there's nothing I can't deal with. After the fight, we'll go back and eat spicy noodles." As the shadow spoke, the phantom was about to jump out of the broken window. But before he could complete the action, a whirlwind came out of nowhere and hit his body unexpectedly. The phantom in midair was immediately knocked away, crashed through the wall, and rolled into the next room with the rubble of reinforced concrete all over the ground. This change caught both of them off guard. The shadow looked in the direction of the attack, only to see that the attack came from the next room on the other side. The wall was pushed down by the attack from the outside, and a slender shadow stood next to her with her chest hugged. There was a bear pattern on her shirt. The poor bear was deformed under the weight of the two huge bodies squeezed together. "Hi, little guy." The woman greeted them with a smile. "I believe this is our first meeting." Felix recognized her instantly. "This is natural. This guy and her other two ancient companions are currently the most wanted persons in the Special Service Section 9. The ancient Leela described the appearance of the three of them in human form, and the experts of Section 9 drew portraits of them. Felix clearly remembered the appearance of the three of them. There is no mistake. Even if the face can be recognized, it is too big to be human size. It can be seen at a glance that it is not human. The ancient, Ophelia. "Damn it, we met the leader of the ancients." Felix said, "The plan has changed. We need reinforcement. We may need to retreat depending on the situation." "Retreat? I haven't beaten the ancient yet." Shadow was obviously dissatisfied and even seemed a little excited. His body, which was blasted into the next room, immediately adjusted and stood up. Shadow put his palms back, and his palms exploded with two bangs, and transparent airwaves exploded. That was the air that his palms touched. The invisible cyclone blew up the rubble in the room like shotgun shells. The reverse thrust caused by the air explosion made him fly into the air like a cannonball, shooting towards Ophelia. But Ophelia remained cautious, and waved her white fingers gently. A whirlwind suddenly rolled up in the room. The phantom that was hit changed its route halfway through the rush, and shot into the wall on the other side with a bang. Felix's heart was slightly startled. The ancient ones are indeed not the same as the infected. This ability looks like airflow control or something like that. My principle is to try not to show up in person, but such a perfect infected individual is really rare. And I have been cultivating it for a while, and the nutrients she provides are really high quality. Besides, Ophelia walked forward slowly, smiling and looking at Felix and the phantom that was blown aside. Phantom? These days, infected humans have also derived more and more interesting things, which really interests me. Halfway through the words, a low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded in her ears. "Then you will definitely be interested in me too." Ophelia's face suddenly changed, and when she turned her head, she saw a black bat almost standing on her face. The electric shock glove hit her head on, and the impact and the electric current exploded on her face. "You." Ophelia's indifference disappeared in an instant, and she screamed in a shrill voice. "It's him again. It's always this guy. He's haunting me like a ghost. I've moved to another city, but he's still following me. It's endless, right?" Of course, the electric shock glove has limited effect on her. Ophelia immediately raised her hand to grab Batman instinctively, and her 5 fingers opened her palm and shot out a dark tentacle. She fought back and retreated, intending to distance herself from Batman. But although the ancients have strange abilities, their close combat skills obviously need to be improved. Batman dodged the tentacle stab with a sneak dodge, and changed direction with his footwork, avoiding the attack, while closing the distance. The intention to force her back failed, and Ophelia followed with another hand. A cyclone condensed in her palm in a very short moment, like an invisible cannonball fired at Batman. But even though it was invisible, a yellow counter-attack sign clearly appeared on Chu Cheng's screen. He immediately made an evasive move, and saw Batman spin and jump, cleverly avoiding the invisible bombardment, and a shallow pit was blown out on the wall behind him with a bang. He dodged and spun 540 degrees in the air, his cloak flying up with full wind power, and kicked Ophelia in the face with a gorgeous backspin kick. Single leg whirlwind, taekwondo stunt, a superior move with both power and gorgeous visual effects. It has a higher rotation speed and faster than the ordinary 360-degree whirlwind kick, and the kicking power is amplified by the non-kicking leg's ground pushing force and high-speed rotation. The power amplification is more obvious with the help of the power of the battlesuit, but the ancients are really thick-skinned, and it seems that it is not a big deal to take this kick on the face. Ophelia took 2 steps back and looked down to see 2 bat bombs attached to her body. There were 2 loud bangs, and 2 fireballs exploded in the room. The body of the ancient one was thrown far away from the flames, flew out of the hotel and fell down. But Tisden's body could completely withstand this level of damage. Ophelia was in midair, but her mind was clear. Her ability was indeed wind related, and wind was her most trusted weapon. Controlling the airflow almost only required instinct. She only needed to slightly adjust the wind speed and direction to adjust her balance and land smoothly. Boom. Before she could put her thoughts into action, 2 golden lasers had already hit her. Ophelia was hit hard again in midair and was blown horizontally far away, rolling to the ground in embarrassment. The gorgeous tail flame approached from the air, and the Iron Man in the red and gold armor flew over with the tail flame and made a grand appearance with a bang. He stood up, his palms and multiple weapon mechanisms on his body all pointed at Ophelia, who had landed on the ground. "Come and say hello to Mark 43. Stark's voice sounded. "You." Ophelia wanted to stand up, but before she could make a move to lie down, another red shadow fell from the sky and stepped on Ophelia back to the ground with a bang. The power of this blow was really strong, and the gravel around her body flew all over, and the whole person sank further into the ground. Then the red shadow did a clever somersault, posed a handsome pose, and landed steadily behind Iron Spider-Man. Chapter 233 Iron Spider. From Chu Cheng's observation of the game system so far, hero equipment in the game is generally not shareable. Just like in the original work and other superhero games, specific superheroes can only use their own specific equipment. Just like Batman can't wear Iron Man armor, Captain America can't open bat wings, and Wolverine can't wear Hulk's pants. But there are exceptions. The Iron Spider suit is an exception he found in Stark's laboratory. Because this does not belong to equipment sharing. This suit was originally designed by Stark for Spider-Man, and it belongs to hero linkage equipment. However, it is not the nano Iron Spider suit that appeared in the movie, but the classic original Iron Man's standard red and gold color scheme, mainly made of gold titanium alloy, with a huge golden spider mark printed on the chest, and a ray of light blue light shone through the core part of the chest, which is the arc reactor that drives the armor. It is powered by a reactor, and the palms of both hands are equipped with the same recoil technology hand cannon as Iron Man. There are 4 recoil propulsion ports on the bottom of the combat boots. Although it is not equipped with other weapons, it is enough to be regarded as a simple set of Iron Man armor. Such an attack is certainly not enough to defeat an ancient. The Ophelia people were still in the pit, and a storm had already rolled up in the field. The cyclone was highly concentrated and turned into 2 invisible shells that blasted out of the air, locking Spider-Man and Iron Man on the left and right respectively. At this time, Chu Cheng's perspective was on Spider-Man. Although the trajectory of the invisible attack was completely invisible, the spider sensing warning sign had already jumped out above Xiao Chang's head. Chu Cheng pressed the avoidance button without thinking. In the picture, Iron Spider jumped on the spot, hugged the group, and did 2 rounds in the air, and the air cannon immediately passed under his feet. The vehicles on the roadside behind were pierced head-on, and the glass, metal, and seats were all pierced abruptly, leaving an exaggerated hole. Everything that came into contact with the cyclone seemed to be shredded by an invisible blade. Iron Man, on the other hand, had no spider sense warning, and no player control, so he was hit by an air cannonball, and flew backwards along the street. His armor created a long string of sparks on the road. "Friday, what hit us?" Chu Cheng asked while dodging. All-powerful and intelligent Friday also quickly extracted the analysis results from the data of Iron Man's armor that was knocked away. "The analysis shows that it was air, sir." Friday said, "The opponent will compress the gas into a cannonball in a special way, and the power is amazing. The armor can withstand it, but I don't recommend that you take more, sir." At this time, Spider-Man shouted and launched a counterattack. "Hey, this is not cool at all." Spider-Man did 2 somersaults in the air, and his body was in the air. The back of the armor opened 3 golden steel spider legs with a bang, supporting the ground to help him stay suspended in the air. The style of the painting is quite similar to his nemesis Dr. Octopus. He used the spider legs to support himself in the air, and suddenly shot a spider silk from a high position. The web-like structure at the tip of the spider silk spun and opened, locking onto the ancient in the pit, but another whirlwind blew halfway, blowing the spider silk trajectory to one side, and it stuck to the ground. Ophelia had already stood up at this time, raised her arm, and the invisible airflow condensed into an invisible wind blade that swirled into the air. The spider legs of the Iron Spider armor exerted force, and the whole body exploded and jumped sideways. The wind blade suddenly hit the air and passed by the edge of the building behind, and the reinforced concrete was crushed into slag wherever it passed. At this time, Iron Man, who was blown away by the air cannon, also flew back. Nice try, but it ends here. What about a recoil hand cannon? Iron Man flew back with his feet on the tail flame, and when he flew into the air, he raised his hand and fired 2 recoil cannons. But Ophelia's lower body did not move, but the whole person was magically suspended in the air and floated back at a good speed. The 2 pulse cannons were fired at once, and a huge pit was blasted at the place where she was standing. Okay, what is this now? Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows. It's still airflow operation. She controls the local wind force. The wind speed and direction are very precise, which allows her to achieve an effect similar to flying. Friday explained. Although the previous ancient Leela was known as the ancient who dominated the sky, and flying was indeed her specialty, she was not the only one among the ancients who could fly. Ophelia actually could, but she achieved the flying effect indirectly through wind force. No matter how proficient she practiced, she could not compare with Leela's aerial combat ability. Just now, it can be seen from the brief time when Batman suddenly approached her that Ophelia, as an ancient, has a strong physical fitness, and her strength and resistance to blows are not low. But she is not good at close combat. Even if she has amazing physical strength in close combat, she lacks the skills to effectively use it. The ability of airflow operation itself belongs to the long-range system, and it cannot be used too close. But she can use airflow control to wrap herself in a whirlwind to accelerate displacement, dodge attacks while ensuring distance. But of course, it's not that easy to face an enemy who is equally agile and can move at high speed. As soon as Ophelia landed, she saw 2 spider silks shot down from her left and right, and they stuck to the ground on both sides of her with 2 snaps. Iron Spider-Man pulled hard, and the huge arm strength caused the tough spider silk to shrink sharply, pulling Spider-Man down from mid-air like a rubber band, and dived towards Ophelia with a diving kick. Ophelia just stood firm and couldn't dodge. It seemed that she couldn't dodge, and she saw Ophelia stand firm, raise her arm, and the structure of the shield was released, quickly wrapping her entire arm. But it was different from other ancients. It was not just a simple shield material. At that moment, the invisible airflow seemed to be attracted to her, as if it felt some kind of gravity, and mixed in when the shield attached to her arm. Chu Cheng was a little surprised when he saw this scene. The temporary structure of the T-shield was combined with the wind she controlled to attach to her body parts, greatly improving the strength attribute. This even looks like the prototype of modern exoskeleton power. Did the ancients already think of the use of exoskeletons so many years ago? Ophelia, who is proficient in wind system abilities, is most proud of her composite system of wind element and T-shield structure, which is far superior to the T-shield of ordinary ancients in both attack and defense. The T-shield of the exoskeleton-like structure wrapped her arm, and she punched with a swelling airflow and fearlessly bombarded the iron spider who swooped down from the air. Although her resurrection is not complete and the purity of the T-shield is limited, how can she defend against a human attack? And it is an ancient and primitive physical attack like a flying kick. If this can break the defense, she might as well dig a coffin and lie down in it as soon as possible. Bang! A completely unimaginable dull sound, like the sound of a blunt steel object hitting. Fists and feet collided, and the soles of the gold titanium alloy boots of the Iron Man suit slammed hard on the surface of the composite structure of the shield. A brutal and unreasonable force broke out from the soles of Spider-Man's feet, traversing the shield, breaking up the layers of cyclones mixed in the complex system, and kicked the composite structure of the shield into a ball in one breath. The incomparable terrifying force traversed her entire body. The 2 huge masses on Ophelia's chest were almost deformed under the huge force. The force traversed her fists. The whole body absorbed countless tons of strange force through the exoskeleton-like structure of the shield, and the whole person flew backwards. Flying in the air, the mind of the ancient was blank, without any ideas or complete thoughts, and his mind was full of question marks. My invincible shield reinforcement system was broken? Kicked by a human? Ophelia? Chapter 234 Simple Psychology. Ophelia still had a dull expression until the whole person landed on the ground like a plow. The composite reinforced structure that she was proud of was just pierced by someone casually, just like a layer of 20th membrane. and there were no new weapons that humans could not understand, and there were no skills or fancy things. It looked like it was just kicked and broken by this human casually. No, to be more precise, it was not broken. The shield itself was not penetrated, but was just crushed by the opponent with brute force. But how much force is needed to do this? Question mark? Chu Cheng didn't know how strong the force of this kick was. But what he knew was that this classic Iron Spider armor was different from the movie version. It was not just a protective exoskeleton, but it was equipped with an arc reactor inside. It is well known that all the performance of Iron Man armor comes from this black technology reactor, including the power of the armor itself. The stronger the output, the stronger the output. As long as the energy is enough, Hulk can be destroyed. This is also the concept of the anti-Hulk armor in the movie. Stark equipped each component of the anti-Hulk model with an independent arc reactor. The huge armor was stuffed with more than a dozen reactors. Such a huge amount of energy gave it a terrifying output that could even compete with the Hulk in arm strength. Arm strength is one of Spider-Man's specialties. This Iron Spider suit not only has an arc reactor for energy, but also a power structure tailored for him to assist the Spider's strength. The two phases are superimposed, and Spider-Man in this armor can't even compare to Iron Man's regular armor in terms of strength. There is no specific data on how strong it is, but Chu Cheng only knows that in the animation Ultimate Spider-Man, Xiao-Chan wore this suit without any preparation, no cheating, and no explosion, and just an ordinary punch, which directly penetrated several buildings in a row for Dr. Octopus wearing a mecha, and flew at least 1 kilometer away. At that time, Xiao-Chan himself was stunned when he saw the effect of this punch. At this time, the shadow chasing out of the hotel window was also stunned when he saw this scene. After a while, he whispered, "Remind me that we must not fight with these monsters in the future." As he was talking, Iron Man, who was floating in the air beside him, looked over and said, "Hey." Shadow shuddered and stood up straight. "Here, sir. The infected is about to run away. You guys deal with her. Leave this to us." "Yes, sir." The two sides fought very quickly. It was only a dozen seconds from the time they broke out of the hotel window to now. At this moment, the infected girl took this opportunity to turn around and try to run away, and Shadow flew after her. Although Spider-Man's flying kick was powerful, it was certainly not enough to directly take down an ancient. Ophelia adjusted her posture and stood up with the help of the wind. At the same time, the air blade continued to swing towards Spider-Man in the air. Iron Spider used spider silk to evade flexibly at high speed. Ophelia was already scared after seeing his monster-level physical strength. While attacking from a distance to force him to dodge, she also retreated to keep her distance and did not dare to fight him in close combat. Iron Man flew to one side, and a laser beam cut towards him along the ground. The high heat beam left a clear-cut scorch mark on the road, which was shocking. Ophelia didn't dare to take it head on, and her body moved sideways in the air with the help of wind. Although she dodged in time, she suddenly felt something tight behind her when she was halfway through dodging, as if something sticky shot at her from behind. Ophelia was caught off guard and her body was in midair, and she was immediately pulled over by that thing. A spider silk. It seemed that the spider silk shot out from the wall on one side, and it pulled Ophelia to the wall without any explanation. A spider web exploded with a snap from where the spider silk shot out, sticking her to the wall. "Ophelia? What the hell is this? Some kind of trap?" Spider web tripped mine. One of Spider-Man's high-tech spider webs. It was like some kind of induction mine. The body was very small, and could be attached to almost any surface and set in advance. Once it sensed someone approaching, it would automatically shoot out spider silk to drag the target to the mine setting point, and then immediately explode a spider web to trap the target. But of course it was impossible to bind them to this extent. Ophelia acted very quickly, and activated the wind power almost immediately. The sharp wind blade swept through, leaving cracks on the wall that stuck to her, and the spider web peeled off immediately. The whirlwind rolled up, and she took advantage of the wind to withdraw and retreated quickly, almost brushing against her body and narrowly avoiding a hand cannon attack. Iron Man's recoil beam blew a gap in the wall. Ophelia quickly retreated and snorted in her heart. "What a joke. This kind of childish trap also wants to bind me. The leader of the ancients? It's a fool's dream." This time, the mine under her feet exploded. She flew over the mine sensing area in a whirlwind, and a spider silk shot out from the cracks in the ground and stuck to her body. Ophelia was flying in a fairy-like posture, but she was pulled upside down and was dragged to the ground in an unbelievable way. Come again. But after suffering from this thing just now, she was prepared, and this time she responded very quickly. When she was dragged to the middle of the way, a wind blade cut the spider web and then immediately summoned wind power to move horizontally in the air. Almost at the same moment, a spider web exploded at the mine below, but it stuck to nothing. Ophelia gracefully avoided the spider web and moved horizontally, humming and laughing. Ha, a trivial trick. You think the same move will work on the ancient for the second time. Snap. Just as she predicted, another spider silk shot out in the direction of her retreat, pulling her to a street lamppost, and snapped open a spider web to stick to her. Ophelia. This little bug made her feel a little annoyed, but she still reacted quickly, and the two wind blades snapped twice, cutting off the entire street lamppost that was stuck to her body. She broke the spider web stuck to her body, while the wind carried her and the half of the street lamppost back to avoid the attack. Ophelia looked a little embarrassed and a little annoyed. She found that not only was this human's personal strength not to be underestimated, but he also had no concept of the strong respect their opponents. In short, he would never attack head on if he could dig a trap. It felt like the whole world was his trap, and every 2 steps he took would be a spider web. Although it couldn't trap her, it was really annoying. But to be honest, the ancients had a strong learning ability. After being tricked by the same trick several times, Ophelia roughly figured out the operating mechanism of this trip mine. This trap mainly requires a first sight kill. Once you are seen through and take precautions in advance, it will not be so useful. As Ophelia retreated to avoid the attack, she looked coldly at the red gold after image that was dragging the spider silk in the air. After all, these are just some unrefined tricks. They won't be so useful if they are seen through. Do you dare to trick me again? Bang. She didn't retreat far, and a ball of blue light exploded right below her, releasing some strange blue force field that blew her up into the air, making her feel like an invisible force was firmly binding her body, making her stuck between the force fields in the air like a cow on an airplane. Awesome. Ophelia? No, why isn't it a spider web this time? You're not going to play the same trick again, are you? Question mark? Friday, simple psychology point JPG. Suspension matrix, generating a force field that will bind enemies within the range and make them hang in the air, unable to move. This is also an old equipment in the game Marvel Spider-Man. Chu Cheng had mastered it in the past. Thank you, Friday, you got full marks in psychology. Chu Cheng chuckled. My pleasure, sir. It's just a simple combat prediction. Friday said. This plan was planned and formulated by Friday, using Spider-Man's multifunctional spider web system to dig pits and set mines. Friday predicted the opponent's actions and displacement trajectory when facing the mines, and marked the digging location on the screen. What Chu Cheng had to do next was to operate Spider-Man in the battle, to quietly set spider web traps at designated locations. Ophelia's mentality was now completely blown up. Insidious, cunning, despicable and shameless outsider. Spider punch. Spider-Man came towards her with spider silk, kicked her away with a flying kick, pulled back 2 spider silks, and sent an iron spider uppercut to blast her back into the sky. Iron Man flew through the air, 2 recoil cannons dazzled her, and then threw 2 missiles and exploded. Ophelia fell from the fireball and was caught by the spider silk. Spider-Man dragged her over and performed a series of combos. After kicking her away again, Spider-Man was in the air. He opened his palms and fired 2 recoil cannons to catch up with Ophelia in the air. With a bang, he exploded in the air. A series of combo moves. The damage was full, and she would be skinned alive if she didn't die. But Chu Cheng didn't expect that he could handle it like this. After all, according to current experience, the ancient ones should have 2 stages, and it is estimated that there should be a giant body like a monster next. But unexpectedly, it didn't happen. She disappeared. Chapter 235. Go back and eat spicy noodles. Boom. After a few short rounds of close combat, Shadow's phantom slapped away Mary Kijima's claws with one palm and slapped her face with the other palm. Energy poured out from the palm and exploded from her face with a bang. The infected Mary Kijima was blown away for the nth time and rolled around in a mess for several rounds. This time, it seemed that she finally couldn't muster the strength to stand up, and she failed after several consecutive attempts. The burly phantom walked towards her from not far away, and Felix Grove's body was standing behind him. "Well, you are really thick-skinned," Shadow muttered, "but it's almost over. Relax, I'll make it quick." As he said that, the phantom twisted his knuckles, moved his neck, and slowly walked towards her. Mary Kijima finally seemed to be sure that she had no ability to resist. She barely turned over and looked at the phantom approaching her with cold eyes. "You are a monster, you know that, right?" Shadow tilted his head. "Huh? Look at you, a monster bound by rules and shackled, begging for mercy from the master like a pug." She showed a look of disgust and even a bit of pride. "That's why you can never be like me." Shadow looked her up and down with a strange look. His expression was as if he was asking, "Are you being beaten into a retard like you? You will never understand what I see. I see the truth, the way the world should be, the essence." She showed a happy and yearning expression. "That's what I have been pursuing. That kind of joy that is like the sublimation of the flesh, giving me knowledge and power, is like the liberation of the soul. I have never felt so free, so unrestrained, as if this is how everything should be, instead of being bound by your boring rules. Now, look at you, born a monster, but willing to wear the shackles of rules." She looked at Shadow and smiled contemptuously. "What do you think you are doing? Upholding justice? Trying to be a hero? Ha, let me tell you what you are doing. You are just a humble puppet, a dog tied to a rope. You go wherever your master leads you, and you will be rewarded with a bone if you bring back a frisbee. You don't really think of yourself as a hero, do you? Ha ha ha." Bang. Shadow hit her chin with an uppercut. The infected person was halfway through her words, and her mouth was suddenly slammed shut by the blow. The huge force of the punch made her head tilt back. Her body flew off the ground, and her entire head exploded into pieces with a bang. The infected person who lost his head fell to the ground halfway, and finally stopped moving. "It's inexplicable. You kept talking for a long time, and I thought you had something important to say." Shadow retracted his fist, and tilted his head. "For it, this kind of thing is fine. It doesn't matter. It just wants to finish the job quickly, and go back to eat spicy strips. Just gone like that." Chu Cheng carefully stared at the battlefield on the screen, and checked it again, only to feel a little weird. How could such a big ancient disappear just like that? Invisibility? Or can they move in space? Not enough information. Further data scanning is needed. Friday said. "This does feel a bit strange." Halfway through the fight with the ancient Ophelia, he was having fun with Iron Man and Spider-Man, and the sandbag suddenly disappeared halfway through the combo. The scanning equipment on Iron Man's armor didn't find any clues. In the end, it was the DC-designated world's #1 detective who turned on the scene reconstruction and analysis function called detective mode, which is actually a god's perspective, to restore the original appearance of the matter. Batman quickly reconstructed the entire battle scene. The vehicle that was knocked back to its original position automatically, and the broken glass on the ground, was also absorbed back to become a whole windshield, and stayed where it should be. The street lamp was inserted back to its original position, and the broken pieces on the ground were returned to the surrounding buildings. Wow. Iron Spider, who shared the view, squatted on the top of a street lamp post, watching the modeling and playback process, and looked at Batman with admiration and incredible eyes. It's just like watching a 360-degree panoramic surveillance video playback. It's incredible. Iron Man, who was crossing his arms, curled his lips in his armor. "This is not difficult. I have similar technology." Batman ignored him. Chu Cheng did not pay attention to what scene dialogues his several field heroes triggered. He was concentrating on operating Batman to reverse the modeled scene. When the scene, where Ophelia was knocked away for the last time was played, he suddenly noticed that in the detective mode perspective, she did not have the kind of enemy-specific markings marked with eye-catching colors. He paused the playback, zoomed in the lens, aimed the lock frame at the image of the Ancient One in midair and scanned it. Friday, why did her hostility judgment disappear? Combined with the residual trace analysis, this may not be an entity, sir. Friday said. What do you mean by not a physical entity? It's something like a hologram. It's just an image that deceives the vision, an illusion, and it doesn't have the quality of real existence. Yes, I know what it means literally. I mean, how could this be? We have been fighting this guy until now. It's impossible that we have been fighting an illusion all the time. No. The replay until just now showed that this ancient was a physical entity, but it suddenly disappeared here. Friday said, I guess it may be some kind of ability to evade the enemy, sir. Creating an illusion as a clone makes us think that she was defeated and the real body took the opportunity to escape. Some kind of life-saving trump card. Chu Cheng frowned. Oh my god, a substitute technique, right? Wait, if she can create an illusion. Chu Cheng thought for a while, then this trick should also be able to be used as a powerful combat auxiliary means of attack. Why didn't she use this trick in battle? Because, sir, I think this may not be her ability. Friday captured the picture scanned by the detective mode on Chu Cheng's computer screen and displayed it on the screen that appeared in her palm. She zoomed in on the corner of the screen, and Chu Cheng noticed that there was an almost imperceptible warm toned mark in the corner. Chu Cheng walked over as Batman and found that there was actually a person squatting in the corner. He squatted there for a long time, until the moment Ophelia was knocked away, he suddenly stood up, took a step, and the next second he disappeared out of thin air. At the same moment, the knocked away Ophelia lost the hostile judgment. Someone rescued her. Chu Cheng frowned. That guy's ability is probably to create illusions. Obviously that guy has been here for a long time, just squatting next to him waiting for an opportunity. Just now, he saw the opportunity, so he took the opportunity to create an illusion of her being knocked away, to cover up his tracks, but in fact he took the opportunity to kidnap her body. We have matched the body type and height. Friday put the screen in front of Chu Cheng. The ancient Leela told me about this, the ancient Yusak. He is a perfect match for the person who appears here. The three ancients are all nearby, maybe not far away. Connect to the local system to perform the facial scanning procedure. Chu Cheng said, we are here, in this city, and try to get rid of all three of them in one go. Yes, sir. Friday paused. Is there a call for you? It should be for Mr. Stark. It's from Mr. Che Dongping from the last delegation. Oh, wait a minute. Chu Cheng turned off the detective mode and immediately switched the hero to the Iron Man perspective. Connected directly to the Mark 43 armor. Chu Cheng said, pressing the turn on microphone button to enter Stark's speaking mode. The call was connected. Mr. Stark, I hope I didn't disturb you, but we have already discussed the result here. Do you think it would be convenient for you to talk? Now is fine. Stark said, and the thrusters of Iron Man's combat boots began to spray. Wait a minute, I'll be there in 3 minutes. Chapter 236 Future Technology. Peyran, one of the few big names in the field of mechanical limbs on the entire Earth Polestar, was once called the Gospel of the Disabled. He graduated from the top university in Earth Polestar and completed his doctoral studies with his undergraduate room at Peiyuansheng. The two have been inseparable since undergraduate studies. They have worked side by side in scientific research for 10 years and finally made breakthrough progress in the field of myoelectric prostheses. Now they have become the leaders in myoelectric prosthetic research. Because of their partnership and coincidentally the same surname, they are also called the Pei brothers. But the brothers have never encountered such a strange thing as today since they became famous. They were awakened by a phone call in the early morning and followed a high-ranking government official to visit their residences respectively. That was a big man who was definitely difficult to reach even with their current connections. It is obvious that it must be a special situation for such a big man to suddenly come to the door in the middle of the night. The higher the status of people, the clearer they are at this time. They didn't ask much and went with the visitor. No matter what they asked along the way, the answer they got was just confidential. The two brothers were arranged clearly along the way. A group of black-clad men who looked very professional but serious were responsible for the handover throughout the journey. First, there was a series of tests. A group of professionals came and asked them questions like chatting with them, which made the two brothers confused. Then, the people suspected to be from the legendary Special Service 9th Department also showed up and conducted a detailed inspection on them with some cutting-edge equipment they had never seen before. They didn't know what they checked. They only knew that it took a long time for the inspection team to tell Pang that there was no problem. Finally, they were taken to the airport. The two felt like they were important witnesses in the movie. When they arrived at the airport, they also took a special channel. When they came out, the special plane had already started the engine and was waiting there. It took off as soon as they boarded the plane. The two brothers looked at each other, feeling like they hadn't woken up yet. They discussed in a low voice for a long time on the plane, saying whether one of their projects involved upper level secrets or something like that, but they couldn't say anything for a long time. It wasn't until the plane landed that they realized that their destination was Jiangdu. The motorcade took them straight from the airport. After driving through the night city for a while, their car stopped outside a towering building. The two recognized the building quickly because it was quite famous. The building was owned by the government. It was originally designed to be the tallest building in the Earth pole star and was expected to become a new landmark in Jiangdu. However, due to cost and some construction disputes, the height was reduced by 10 floors when it was completed, and it missed the record of the tallest building. The building was just completed earlier this year. Also, due to the reduction in the number of floors and some unresolved disputes, it is still idle for the time being. This made the two even more puzzled. Why did the higher-ups go to such great lengths to call them here? When they arrived at the top floor, the two were even more surprised. They were not the first to come here. Many people were already waiting here. They knew many of them, including bigwigs in the biomedical field, energy, and electromechanical. Each of them was an absolute leader in their respective fields. There was even Minister Shi and Dr. Hines from the Special Service Division 9. Scanning the entire room, they only saw a person who seemed to be non-academic. But this person's background made them secretly shocked. Chaping Dang. Ordinary civilians may not know the position of top officials, but the Pei brothers recognized them, and they could better understand how powerful this person in front of them was on the Earth pole star. Being pulled here by such a big shot in the middle of the night on a special plane, the two brothers actually felt more or less flattered. They greeted each other and sat in the reception room on the top floor at the signal of Chaping Dang. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the room is an open-air balcony, which is said to have the best view of the night view of Jiangdu. Okay, almost everyone is here. Chaping Dang spoke, and everyone present fell silent, with their eyes focused on him. You must be wondering why you, the elites who shoulder the future of mankind, are gathered together. You must be wondering if something big is going to happen. I can tell you that you are right. This is a major event that involves our entire human civilization and is unprecedented. It requires the strength of the best among us. There was a commotion among the elites again, and they seemed to be a little surprised. Everyone present was knowledgeable and experienced, but such a strange situation was really unheard of. If someone else said this, they would just think it was an absurd joke, but considering the extraordinary scene tonight and the identity of the leader in front of them, they couldn't help but start to wonder if the superiors had picked up an alien spaceship or dug up an ancient radish. You may soon see some shocking facts and come into contact with some technologies that will subvert the world. And the task of all of you here is to help the world adapt to the changes they bring. And these changes come from one person. Oh, speaking of this, he seems to be almost here. Everyone became more and more curious when they heard this. It sounds like such a big deal, and they gathered all of them from all over the world here, all for one person. What kind of extraordinary person can be qualified to be called influencing human civilization? And soon they got the answer. At first, they naively thought it was a meteor from the sky, coming from among the stars, dragging a beautiful and deadly long tail flame, and descending into the steel jungle built by mortals. Until they found that the thing was actually coming here. With the roar of the engine, the steel armor stepped on the flames, and fell from the sky, like a red and gold steel god of war, landing on the open-air balcony outside. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at the red and gold steel body that walked into the room, and was so shocked that they couldn't speak. The armor opened, and Tony Stark, dressed neatly in a suit, walked out of the iron shell, and the armor closed behind him. "Good evening, gentlemen. Or should I say morning?" Tony greeted. "At least now we have all seen Jiangdu at 4 in the morning." Chaping Dong stood up very respectfully. "Mr. Stark." Seeing Stark coming out of the armor, everyone's eyes widened even more, almost popping out of their eye sockets. This is the Iron Man in the news." Pei Yuan's Heng pointed at the armor standing behind him and stammered. "Thank you, but technically I'm the Iron Man." Tony said casually, "Hello to you too. I have seen the resumes of most of you on the way, which are impressive. You have the best abilities, and I only work with the best people." Pei Yuan's Heng opened his mouth again, but couldn't say anything for a while, or it could be said that the information they suddenly received made them feel like they were hit by a hammer, so they couldn't think of how to start. So the big man who just said that he would subvert the world looked at Chaping Dong a little dully. "Yes, gentlemen, allow me to formally introduce your new superior, Mr. Tony Stark. Or you can use a name that you are more familiar with," Chaping Dong said. Point Iron Man. The breath of countless people present seemed to be cut off. Iron Man, a name that almost no one on this planet can ignore in recent days. Some people say it is cutting edge technology, and some say it is alien metal life. But if you ask the scientific research masters present, they will definitely vote for the latter. Because the more knowledgeable people are, the more they understand how outrageous this thing flying in the sky is. It is an anti-scientific object that looks very technological, but when you think about it carefully, it doesn't make sense from head to toe. It is a typical product of science fiction works, where imagination is greater than logic. But at this moment, they saw with their own eyes that this thing is actually a technological creation, a battle armor. When seeing Tony Stark leisurely walking out of it, many people present were stunned for a moment. It felt as if the knowledge they had learned throughout their lives had been challenged unprecedentedly by that red and gold humanoid armor. "Ha, you guys prepared some wine." Tony walked to the wine cabinet and bar in the room, took a bottle of wine, and poured it into the glass. In fact, Chu Cheng was a little surprised that he could do this. But after he landed, there was a sign on the bar that was similar to a mission guide. After Stark walked over, an interactive button appeared on the screen. Clicking the interactive button, Tony Stark began to pour wine on his own. "Okay, this is very Stark. Would you like some?" Tony shook the glass at the people in the room. But no one seemed to be in the mood to drink at this time. Chaping Dong came up and said, "We have gathered the best people and plan to set up a special committee. They will be directly responsible for material requirements, technical supervision and release, etc. They will directly connect with you, and you can give them any orders you need. Of course, this is just one of the plans we proposed. Mr. Stark, if you think it is inappropriate, everything will still be based on your opinion. Nothing is inappropriate." Tony interrupted, "But we still have specific regulations and details to be determined about future matters, and those must be done according to my requirements. But my time is tight today, so my assistant will contact you later, and you can slowly negotiate with her about this part." At this point, the scientists behind had roughly understood what the situation was, and their eyes were burning. Even Minister Shi and Dr. Hines, who had already known the situation at the mental hospital, were no exception. Although it is indisputable that the phenomenon of human-to-human transmission in the mental hospital may have started from their equipment department, Minister Shi felt that they were not responsible for it. The technology of these people is becoming more and more magical, and the more they study them, the more they find that humans still have limits. For example, things like teleportation devices and bat-wing thermal vision cannons. Asking the equipment department to study these things with a few actual combat videos is like throwing the design drawings of an aircraft carrier to an ancient man who is still wearing bronze armor and fighting. Even if someone teaches him step by step, he will not be able to understand it. But if conditions permit, who really wants to be expensive? Even salted fish want to bask in the sun. Those technologies that were once considered superstitious now seem to be within reach. Minister Shi felt that he had never been so excited in his life. However, he realized that he was still polite when he compared them. Dr. Hines, who was traveling with him, looked at the Iron Man armor standing like a guard with a look like an info, and almost drooled. Stark snapped his fingers. The silent Mark 43 armor suddenly moved, as if waking up from a deep sleep. The eyes of the iron helmet slowly lit up, and the holographic projection device on the armor started to work, projecting the floating screen in the air. This was what Friday listed as what he was going to provide in the first phase, a list of high tech. The scientists came up eagerly. Stark waved his hand and made an adjustment. The floating screen split apart and transformed into countless split screens that floated in front of each of them. The technology of this virtual interactive interface alone has amazed everyone for a while. After each of them got the screen, they swiped down and took a look. They soon understood why so many cross-disciplinary experts were needed to form this committee. The scope of technology in this list is indeed a bit broad. There are biological and genetic research, and then suddenly a sharp turn into the industrial field, mechanical development, and algorithm programming. The Pei brothers soon saw the bionic prosthesis project in the catalog page. That is exactly the field they are specialized in, and it is also the reason why they have their current status, so they are naturally very sensitive to it. They clicked in at the same time, and just glanced at the product summary and couldn't help but say wow again and again. Neural joint mechanical prosthesis, directly through the brain nerve conduction. The experimental expectation is wow. Isn't it faster than the human body's own nerve conduction? Peyran said wow directly. No, and the power output is. He looked up in astonishment. This should be considered a superpower, right? According to your standards for superpowers, I think it should be considered. Tony shrugged. Others soon understood why the Pei brothers were shocked. They didn't need to be experts in related fields to see how crazy this technology could bring. Having a mechanical prosthesis with faster reaction speed and stronger power than the original limbs may not only be a blessing for the disabled. They can already foresee that there may be a large number of healthy people who are crazy to try to get this kind of thing. It is no longer just an auxiliary product for the disabled. It can even become a real power. Moreover, the summary also mentioned that they can not only add a power system with good output to the light and simple mechanical prosthesis, but can even further weaponize it if necessary, and equip it with individual weapons. The tone of this summary with only a few words seems to be understated, as if it is just a narration of an extremely insignificant matter. But real experts can see at a glance how outrageous the black technology mentioned in these few words is. Although it seems to be just an ordinary arm or leg, the neural connection system, power structure, and weapon assembly of such an inconspicuous small equipment are like a heavy bomb that can cause earthquakes in multiple fields. Calm down, gentlemen, it's just the surface. Tony waved his hand to interrupt the astonishment brought by this technology. This is already very superficial. Where I come from, this technology has long been seen everywhere on the street. It is not a unique technology. Many companies and institutions have done it very well. No, or it should be said, that some individual scientific research can develop it. It is not a very rare thing, let alone a secret. So don't get too excited. Everyone present is a scientific elite. I believe you should understand that the development of technology cannot be achieved overnight. For example, this. Tony casually knocked on the helmet of Mark 43 standing beside him. The Iron Man armor actually lowered its head intelligently, like a submissive cat, letting its master knock on its iron head and make a clanging sound. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Teaching Primary School Students Arithmetic. Iron Man armor. I can't give it to you, even if it's a model that's 40 generations older than it. Tony said, because even if I give it to you, it's useless. You can take it apart and see how each of its parts, each circuit board and each line are connected, but that won't work. Because like I said, technology doesn't work that way. It's not like I give you the problem solving process and the answer, and you can understand the idea. The scientists looked at each other and fell silent after a moment. They had forgotten this because of the excitement of being exposed to high-tech before, but after being reminded of this, most of the excitement, when their heads were hot, was dissipated. Indeed, they all knew that Tony was right. Science and technology are not something that can be forced to grow. Even in the period of history, when humans seemed to have rushed into the fast lane of technological explosion, it was actually the result of years of accumulation and precipitation in the past. But suddenly getting some all-round leading future technology without any preparation? Then they are obviously powerless. This is the same reason why the ancients 1,000 years ago could not have studied aircraft carriers. Maybe the other part is technology is far ahead of this, but for the whole civilization, all they can do is help them speed up the process. There may be some black technologies that are not too far ahead of them, and they can barely get the goal by all their scientific research elites working together and making a leap. But there are other technologies, as Tony said, that are things that, even if the big guys want to bring them, they are powerless. The most typical example is this Iron Man armor. Outsiders may think this thing is cool, but insiders can really understand how outrageous it is. Outrageous energy output, outrageous power structure, outrageously hard high-tech alloy materials and shock absorption protection system, and equally outrageous neural connection system. Stark can control this cutting-edge weapon directly by voice and brain waves. The reaction speed is almost as fast as the human body, as if the Iron Man armor is an extension of his own hands and feet. Not to mention the exaggerated things behind. Just the shell material that can hit the face of a missile and crash through a fighter jet without any damage. Maybe dozens of unknown patents. At this moment, they understood better why the mechanical prosthesis, which they considered to be all black technology, was just the tip of the iceberg. Neural connection and brainwave control. Iron Man's armor may also use similar technologies. The power structure provides enhanced arm strength, which may also be the basis of the power design of Iron Man's armor. It's just that his armor is the ultimate high-end version, while this is just the tip of the iceberg, a toy that has long been popular in the other world. And even if it is just the tip of the iceberg, it requires experts in all fields to work overtime and try to understand it. Then now they can better understand how hard it may be for Stark to list these technologies for them. Maybe from Iron Man's perspective, he is like an academician trying to teach elementary school students to solve math problems. He must rack his brains and tell himself that he can't use those formulas and theorems that he has already memorized, but must try to teach them to solve problems with simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. And the scientific elites of their Earth star are those elementary school students. This prosthesis is just a part of the list. The Pei brothers saw this part because they happened to be experts in related fields. During this period, other people were also discovered by other projects in related fields in the list, and they shouted wow one after another. For example, at a glance, there are new chips and processors that are much more advanced than their current stage, and there are high-tech algorithms written for high-performance processors that can improve the efficiency of existing algorithms by countless times, but the time and cost are reduced by countless times. Cutting-edge hardware that is far ahead of the world, and software with higher performance. They all realized what amazing technology is contained in this list, which is enough to advance multiple fields by a crucial step. However, what appears here are actually common Marvel products, and some have even been eliminated in the process of upgrading. For example, the neural connection prosthesis that they think is extremely outrageous is actually just a product that has just achieved the initial stage of neural connection. Many years ago, a mad scientist who was proficient in this technology had installed 4 extra arms on his body in the M family next door. The neural connection can give the arms a reaction speed that can even match Spider-Man's speed, and a power output that can match Spider-Man's strength. Moreover, as the story develops and the times change, this level of technology has become somewhat outdated. I don't have a whole night here, so you can go back and read these slowly. Tony interrupted. What I just showed you is just a summary. You can regard it as a product preview, which is what you can prepare to release at the first press conference. It won't take long. I will be able to make samples soon and put them into subsequent mass production. So you see, you should know what we need now. Several people quickly understood. Mr. Stark, you are welcome. Any equipment and materials, as long as we have them, will definitely meet our needs. Chaping Dong said. The things you need have been sent to you. But friendly reminder, it won't be cheap. Money is not a problem. Chaping Dong smiled. I'm glad you think so. It seems that we are one step closer to establishing a good cooperative relationship. Tony stood up and walked towards his armor. The Iron Man armor had opened automatically, and he stood in it. The armor closed immediately, wrapping him up and transforming him into Iron Man. We will prepare what you need as soon as possible, and we should be able to meet your requirements within the next 2 days. Chaping Dong followed him and said, very good. The Iron Man armor had walked out of the French window and onto the open air balcony outside. Finally, cheer up, we are about to change the world, guys. Work hard, and you will be in the history books. After that, the thrusters ignited, and the Iron Man armor soared into the sky and disappeared into the night sky, leaving the people behind staring at the soaring back in a daze. In the end, it was Chaping Dong who pulled everyone back to their thoughts. Okay geniuses, you have work to do. I think you added some private goods to the list of required materials, sir. Friday said playfully, some of the materials you listed will not be used in our first phase of production. I call this a kickback, Friday. Chu Cheng pressed the return button, watching the Iron Man on the screen automatically navigate back to his laboratory and leaned back in his seat. He smiled. I want to make myself a set of armor. I typed out 3 chapters, but I was not satisfied with them, no matter how I revised them. In the end, I deleted a lot of content and merged 2 chapters. Although there were 2 chapters, the number of words left was 6400 plus, which is not too small, right? Chapter 238 Sudden Upgrade. Watchtower, Justice League's dedicated laboratory. Iron Man's figure emerged from the transmission system and soon passed through most of the facility to this laboratory. The Mark 43 armor opened at the door, and Tony Stark left his armor and walked quickly into the laboratory. He stretched out his hand and a floating screen unfolded in front of him. The light of the holographic projection constructed a virtual model, and the metal parts were assembled and combined in a simulated environment, and the shape was similar to a part of a steel shell. That was exactly what Chu Cheng was working on, and it was also another new feature he found in the technology module that was very attractive to him. It was also a very classic feature you can find in similar games, the equipment customization function. Players are allowed to use the technology unlocked in the corresponding module for customized development, whether it is spacecraft cannons, weapons, and equipment or mutant potions. But first of all, it must be the technology that has been unlocked by the hero character. It is impossible to develop or innovate out of thin air. For example, developing an anti-ancient god armor out of thin air. It doesn't work that way. After all, it is still customized under the game setting framework system, and it is impossible to really rub the artifact unreasonably like the scientists in the original work. The second is, of course, you still need to get materials. Just as materials are needed to upgrade equipment and weapons in the game, this part is no exception. But Chu Cheng has found a solution to this part of the problem. The materials for the things he is currently planning to develop have already been prepared by someone, so he basically doesn't have to worry about the cost issue. The third point, which may be the most important, is that Chu Cheng's hero pool must have superheroes with corresponding knowledge and technical capabilities. Most black technologies, even if there are detailed instructions, are not understandable to scientists in this world. While cutting off the possibility of technology leakage from the source, it also determines that Chu Cheng can't rely on others if he wants to replicate top black technologies. So this functional module allows him to choose heroes with corresponding abilities in his hero pool for development. Among them, all of Iron Man's technologies can basically be copied, as long as he is given the right materials, but not all heroes in the pool are like this. The reason why Stark is so powerful in this module is that all his extraordinary features basically come from his mind and are created by himself. But others are different. For example, Captain America. The super soldier serum in the technical module undoubtedly comes from Captain America, but even if the formula of the serum is selected in the custom module, Chu Cheng cannot arrange Captain America to perform the task of copying the serum. Because he is not the one who makes the serum, he does not have the corresponding knowledge and ability. Therefore, at present, only the master and the iron can be the C in the customization. The lucky part is that the combined degrees of the two of them can cover most fields, and they have also studied the abilities of some other heroes. Unfortunately, these two people are generally a bit biased. Although they understand technology and mutation, they are definitely more biased towards mechanical technology. Genetic biology is not their specialty. So after exploring the custom module and repeatedly matching and testing different technologies and weapon systems, Chu Cheng finally completed the selection and uploaded the design drawings. A set of exoskeleton armor tailored for him. Based on the technology of Iron Man armor, it uses the same gold titanium alloy shell as Iron Man, with built-in enhanced shock absorption technology to protect the wearer. It is equipped with the same power structure as the Iron Spider-Man suit, which can assist the user's spider power to form an output effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. So when equipped with this armor, equipped with the spider power from Spider-Gwen, it will give Chu Cheng unparalleled superpower. The core of the armor is still Iron Man's arc reactor technology. But now that there is a lack of new element, Chu Cheng can only choose the classic first generation arc reactor for energy. Of course, he doesn't need to put the reactor in his heart like Stark, so even if it is equipped, there is no need to worry about palladium poisoning. The first generation reactor makes this armor much worse than the current Mark 39 man armor in terms of recoil beam output, endurance and flight speed, and it cannot be equipped with powerful laser cutting and other high consumption weapons applicable from Mark 6. But Chu Cheng introduced some new weapons to make up for these shortcomings. For example, the powerful freezing bomb that can instantly freeze giant targets, and the Apocalypse technology missiles are set in the elbow part of the armor. These are all weapons equipped on the bat wings. They use Iron Man's unique compression technology to reduce the size, while maintaining the basic effectiveness, so that they are compressed to a size that can be installed in a single soldier's armor. The armor part is equipped with a shotgun, which matches the automatic aiming function of Iron Man's armor, and can accurately lock multiple targets at the same time. However, the installed warhead has been replaced with a miniature version of the Batwing's special warhead, which can release stronger high temperature, and have stronger penetration, and can easily kill targets under heavy armor. The plan has been uploaded and the custom development has begun. Expected time: 6 hours. 32 minutes and 29 seconds. Stark on the screen has started to get busy in the laboratory, and the countdown has also started. During the development, the selected hero cannot leave the laboratory. Once he leaves, the countdown will be paused, and the progress will be retained. The countdown will resume when the corresponding hero returns. It is faster than Chu Cheng imagined. But on second thought, when Stark was making the Iron Man Spider-Man suit in the animation, he said that he just happened to have an hour to kill that day, so he just made this suit. After the armor technology and development technology are mature enough, it is actually as easy for Stark to assemble a new suit of armor as eating and drinking. He has professional equipment and manufacturing instruments, mature and convenient production systems, and the whole process does not take long at all. Once this suit is completed, it will once again mark a breakthrough leap in Chu Cheng's self-protection combat power. Equipped with superpowers, self-healing factors, spider-sensing skills, and this suit of armor, if he, the commander, goes out in person, it is no exaggeration to say that he has already gained more outstanding paper strength than almost all the heroes in his current pool. He even thought about the shape and coloring. Although because it is derived from the Iron Man armor, the overall design must be inseparable from the shadow of the Iron Man armor. However, he plans to paint the entire armor black, hide the reactor on the chest and the bat-shaped mark, and change the helmet to a pointed ear shape. He named it Iron Bat. When the development was halfway through, Chu Cheng exited to the main interface. He never expected that a series of gorgeous and dazzling special effects would suddenly appear on the screen. Chu Cheng was stunned at the time and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It was a special effect that he was no longer unfamiliar with, and it was one of the most anticipated features in this game. Account upgrade. I can't stand it anymore. The ancient Kasim muttered irritably and suddenly punched out, punching through the wall with strange force. Bricks and stones fell to the ground from the gap, causing a violent movement. We should be superior to those humans, better and more outstanding than them. Since when did we need to hide so carefully, and even when they bully us, we still have to retreat carefully? Calm down, Kasim. The ancient Yusak said unceremoniously. You are disturbing Lady Ophelia's rest. If you ask me, this is the end. Kasim clenched his fist and said, after this period of recovery, we have gained strength. Compared with when we just woke up, we are much stronger. It's time to let those humans realize who is the strong one. You are still saying that? Yusak said coldly. Lady Ophelia said that the time is not right yet. We can't. Yusak. A cold voice sounded from behind. Ophelia appeared behind them and looked at the two of them coldly. Lady Ophelia, Yusak hurriedly bowed respectfully. I have tried my best to remind Kasim, but it's okay, you can leave. Ophelia said softly and waved her hand. Her voice and movement seemed a little weak, perhaps because she had just been beaten up outside and had not yet recovered her energy. She looked at Kasim expressionlessly. If you really think so, then go ahead. Prove your strength. Let humans and me see that you are right. Lady Ophelia. Yusak looked up at her in astonishment. I'm tired, a little tired of having to make decisions on everything myself. Ophelia looked particularly tired. Those so-called superheroes of humans are more difficult to deal with than I originally thought. Even if we are so cautious and try our best to keep a low profile, we may not be able to escape the fate of being discovered. Maybe Kasim is right. Follow your feelings. Instead of waiting here for them to come to you and fall into a passive position, it is better to hold the initiative in your own hands. She let out a sigh of relief. So it's up to you, Kasim. Do whatever you want. I just need to rest and be quiet now. Kasim was also a little surprised, as if he didn't expect her to say that. But he soon showed a happy expression on his face. Very good. Then you will see. You will know that humans are nothing to be afraid of. He turned around confidently and took a step to walk out. But the next second, like a lightning piercing through the air, his body was suddenly pierced through. Kasim's pupils shrank, and he looked down in astonishment, seeing the tentacle that pierced his body and was continuously sucking out his strength and essence. He turned around and saw Ophelia behind him, raising her arm and shooting out tentacles to pierce his body. You. Kasim's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on her, unable to speak. You never learn to use your brain, Kasim. Ophelia said indifferently. That's why you will always be insignificant. Chapter 239. Preparing for the final battle. Kasim looked down at the tentacle that pierced his body and then looked at Ophelia, who had stabbed out the tentacle not far away, and was stunned for a moment. Even Yusak, who was loyal to Ophelia, was caught off guard by this sudden change. Yusak, who had transformed into a human form, slowly opened his mouth, looked at Ophelia, and then looked at Kasim, who was pierced and couldn't even utter a syllable for a moment. He stayed where he was and seemed a little at a loss for a moment. Kasim quickly came back to his senses. He shouted angrily and raised all his strength. Every muscle in his body seemed to tremble slightly because of the force. His eyes seemed to be shining, and the structure of the shield all over his body was stirring. That magical substance seemed to be separating from him, as if it was accumulating strength. That was the precursor to the ancients showing their true form. Kasim was completely angry, and it also meant that the two ancients who had maintained a good companionship since ancient times officially broke up. He no longer cared, ignoring the significance of his disguise, ignoring the huge commotion and consequences that might be caused by being exposed. It was as if there was only one thought left in his mind. He wanted to tear this leader who betrayed him into pieces. But Ophelia was unmoved by his reaction. She didn't even move her feet. Only the two tentacles that shot out of her hands trembled. Invisible energy was transmitted along the tentacles, just like electrical energy transmitted through cables. The energy output instantly intensified, rushing into the body of the ancient Kasim like a torrent of water, and the latter trembled all over as if he was electrocuted. In an instant, the restless Tisden returned to his body. He was unable to show his true form, nor could he make any counterattack. His accumulated strength was quickly drained away, and his anger was like a tiny flame that was extinguished before it could turn into a raging flame. Ophelia looked at him indifferently. Her eyes seemed to be shooting frost. "Look at you," she said calmly. "After so many years, so many reincarnations, you have never made any progress. It's almost ridiculous. Angry, with a power that needs to be released, but never thinking. So in the end you are still like this, with nothing but brute force, which is why you are always the easiest to deal with." Kasim struggled desperately, like a wounded beast, roaring incoherently. But he had lost the initiative, and was completely in a passive situation. Whenever he tried to squeeze out any bit of strength from his body, the two tentacles that pierced into his body would immediately suck it away. He could feel the essence rapidly draining from his body, being sucked away by the hateful woman in front of him who he once recognized as a leader. No matter how he struggled, he could not change the fate of being sucked dry. Impotent rage became the last thing he could do. "It's pathetic," Ophelia said indifferently, looking at him. "That furious look, the extreme anger, just like you always are. You are always angry, Kasim, always furious, acting as if you can't suppress your desire to fight, as if only in this way can you show your existence. But the question is, have you ever really felt what anger feels like?" Kasim fell silent. He still glared at Ophelia, but he no longer made a roaring sound. "I think so." Ophelia smiled contemptuously. "As much as I don't want to admit it, Leela is right. We all know what's wrong with us. You desperately pursue power and try to act angry, just like we try to pretend to be human. As if you can really feel what anger feels like, if you imitate it well enough. It's pathetic and ridiculous," she said and shook her head. Kasim continued to glare at her. His lips moved, but in the end he didn't say anything. "Are you really angry?" Ophelia's lips slightly raised, beautiful and cold. "Then I think you should thank me. If it weren't for me, if it weren't for this moment, you might never be able to remember what it feels like to be truly angry." She paused, her expression slightly dimmed. "Point what it feels like to be alive." Her tone became heavier, and then she increased the strength of her hands. Kasim groaned, and more essence was absorbed into Ophelia's body through the two tentacles. Kasim finally spoke. "You too." In his dying moments, he sounded calmer than usual, changing from his usual irritability and anger. "Maybe this will bring you one step closer to full resurrection, but we all know that it's futile." Kasim smiled sarcastically. "Go for power, try to fill the gaps in our lives. But we all know how it ends. The fact is, you can't change anything. You're not even a living thing, and no amount of power can change that." At this point, his body had almost collapsed, and he couldn't even maintain his human form. He only left the last sentence. "I will go to hell to wait for you, but I believe you will not be too late." He disappeared. Everything about Kasim, from his essence to his body substances, was absorbed by Ophelia. The sudden expansion of power made Ophelia almost unable to restrain herself. Her body almost disintegrated, and the structure of the shield was restlessly rioting. The invisible cyclone of power penetrated the roof and rushed up to the sky, bursting into the sky in an invisible form. It lasted for several minutes before Ophelia finally calmed down and absorbed everything of Kasim. Yusak stood aside in a daze, watching this scene a little at a loss. Ophelia, whose strength and temperament had suddenly expanded a lot, slowly turned around, and when she saw Yusak, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. "Sure enough, in the end, you are the only one I can trust, and the only one willing to accompany me to the end." She raised one arm gracefully and gently, and stretched her hand to Yusak. Just like a real human lady. Yusak hesitated for a moment, took her outstretched hand, and lowered his head. "Of course, Lady Ophelia, I will always be by your side. Point forever." The 9th Special Service Department was in an uproar. The radar monitoring the energy of the ancients was kept in the activated state throughout the whole process, and just a few minutes ago, it suddenly detected an astonishing reading. You have to know that these ancients have always been very cautious. Even if there are occasional reading fluctuations, they are only very slight, and they are often fleeting, and sometimes there is almost no time to lock the position. But this time is different. The energy reading level suddenly rushed to the historical peak, and once scared the agents on duty to think that the machine was broken. After reporting the situation, the 9th Department immediately began to gather elite agents to prepare for departure. At the same time, Professor Miyazaki also came to the imprisoned ancient Leela and asked her about the relevant situation. Leela did not seem surprised after listening to it and only muttered to herself, "So, Ophelia, that guy, finally decided to take this step. What do you mean?" "It means," Leela raised her head and said calmly, "you may have to prepare for a decisive battle with the ancients." At the same time, Jiangdu. Chu Cheng looked at the big account upgrade on the screen, feeling a little surprised, but also a little confused. At this level, he knew that it was becoming increasingly difficult to upgrade the game. Because the experience bar is usually a bit long, he would have to defeat a valuable boss before upgrading. He did beat an ancient leader earlier today, but he estimated that there was still some time before the next upgrade. There are heroes hanging out in other cities, but they mostly deal with street affairs, so the experience they give is also limited. It's because of the technology module, sir. Friday explained the mechanism. You have arranged for the corresponding heroes to develop a lot of projects during this period. For heroes on the technology development side, equipment design and technology development will also increase experience points. In other words, Chu Cheng has been arranging Stark to be busy in the laboratory recently, and he has actually been brushing experience points. By analogy, this should be similar to the life skills such as refining and forging in traditional online games. That's right. After all, not every superhero is a street hero. Street heroes like Spider-Man and Daredevil usually fight crime by climbing walls and flying over rooftops, so they should be on the streets when they level up. Iron Man usually only deals with big things and rarely deals with street crime, so he usually spends his time leveling up in the laboratory. So it makes sense that he relies on technology development when he levels up. So the first thing to do after upgrading is to extract skill modules. But this time, I didn't draw any skills that can bring essential improvements. The 5 skills are either meaningless or very repetitive. It's fighting from an unknown hero again. To be honest, Chu Cheng feels that if he draws a few more times, all the fighting skills stored in his warehouse can be sold wholesale like cabbage. Then he actually drew a business proficiency, but it doesn't make much sense to Chu Cheng, who doesn't plan to become a capitalist. Another slightly novel one is the material science proficiency drawn from Stark. This can't be said to be completely useless. Stark's attainments in material science are definitely far superior to those of the current scientific community, but the best materials he developed have already been used in Iron Man's armor. They are in the technical module, so Chu Cheng does not need to study them himself. I can only say that, if there is a chance in the future, Chu Cheng can borrow his knowledge and try to develop other new materials using the unique resources of the Earth Star. Anyway, we will talk about it when there is a chance. Then there is the spiritual vision of Moonlight Knight, which can see spirits when equipped. It is just called spiritual vision, but in fact it is more than just seeing. It can also enable the wearer to touch the spirit, and most of the abilities and weapons used by the wearer are blessed by Kang Su's magic, which can cause damage to the spirit. This is the development of a new field, and it is a very good skill. After all, up to now, Chu Cheng's hero skills are all more inclined to the technology side. If he really encounters some monsters, most of his abilities will be useless. It is mainly related to a common characteristic of Marvel and DC. Although American comics are all-encompassing and have all kinds of systems, in general, the technology side is more developed. The proportion of heroes on the technology side is definitely greater than that on the magic side. This can be seen from the distribution of characters in MCU movies. Then the overall level of the mysterious side is higher than that of the technology side. Those who play metaphysics may start at a high level, so most of them are clustered in high level heroes. Therefore, Chu Cheng started from a low level hero, and it was inevitable that he could not draw a mysterious side. It is rare to have a metaphysics hero like Moonlight Knight with a large gap between the upper and lower limits in the low level pool. So from the perspective of skill diversity, the clairvoyance skill is still quite critical. The premise is that there are ghosts to kill on the Earth Star. In short, Chu Cheng equipped this skill in the room and tried it, and briefly experienced the perspective of Moonlight Knight. But it seems that he didn't see anything, and there were no lonely ghosts suddenly appearing in front of him. It can only be said that either the Earth Star is still a world governed by science and there are no ghosts, or there are ghosts, but they are not everywhere. In short, the skill is put in the inventory first, and there will be an extra trump card when encountering ghosts in the future. The rest of the skills have no practical use, and there is no substantial improvement for his current situation. But it is also expected. After all, the most C in his pool besides Iron Man is the Spider-Man series, but he has basically drawn all the abilities of Spider-Man. Although Iron Man is strong, he relies on equipment rather than ability, so Chu-Cheng has already encountered a bottleneck before the new hero is released, and his strength has reached the ceiling. Once again verified the saying that new heroes are the primary productive force, whether it is technology or ability, or the most intuitive field combat power, all are inseparable from new heroes. After drawing the skills and checking the new functions after the upgrade, Chu-Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up after seeing it clearly. The long-awaited hero pool upgrade. Chapter 240 Illusion. It has been a while since the last hero pool upgrade, and the new hero pool is undoubtedly what he needs most. A-level hero pool. When Chu-Cheng opened the hero pool interface and saw the words below the new pool, he already felt that his unicorn arm was ready to move. The B-level pool has already produced heavy firepower like Iron Man, and he dared not imagine what is in the A-level pool. But if he is lucky, he might have a hero who can single-handedly conquer the world. That would be a real qualitative leap in strength. But it is foreseeable that the higher the pool, the more restrictions there are, and it is foreseeable that it may not be so easy to come up with heroes in the high-level pool. Sure enough, this time the introduction column simply explained the difference between the new pool and the previous one. It is not accurate to say that the new pool is an A-level hero pool. It should be more accurately said that it is a mixed pool. On the one hand, the good thing is that the introduction says that the probability of getting a hero in the new pool has greatly increased, and the meaningless and confusing things in the previous pool such as thank you for participating and Hulk's pants have been deleted, and the things that can be drawn are basically practical. The not so good thing is that this pool contains a mixture of C-level, B-level, and A-level heroes. And of course, the probability of C-level heroes being released is the highest, followed by B-level heroes, and the lowest is A-level heroes. In short, it tells you that there are indeed A-level heroes here, but you can't have too high expectations. In addition, it is not like the C-level and B-level pools that fill the card pool with meaningless objects and thank you for participating. It seems to be very conscientious, but obviously conscience also has a price. The points for drawing the A-level mixed pool have also become more expensive. 500 hero points per shot is equivalent to 10 consecutive draws in the old pool. Chu-Cheng felt a little painful when looking at this price, especially if the points equivalent to 10 consecutive draws were invested, and only a C-level hero or something came out. It would be a huge loss. But even so, he couldn't help drawing. After all, if you want to improve your overall strength, new heroes are absolutely indispensable. Since there is a chance to release A-level heroes, unless you are stupid, you will definitely not feel sorry for the points, and continue to draw the old pool. What if the new Big Daddy is released? But, the new pool has just opened, so we have to give a guaranteed minimum, right? Chu-Cheng frowned, looking at the tempting summon button under the new pool on the screen, feeling that all the gambling cells in his body were agitated. It's not clearly stated, but maybe, sir. Friday kept his usual smile. How many do we have now? Friday. 1. It sounds a bit regrettable, but it's also within expectations. After all, Chu-Cheng himself had just used up all the points in his inventory not long ago. Although he saved up for a few days, it obviously didn't exceed 1,000 points. Although doing scientific research and practicing life skills in the laboratory feels that experience comes quickly, it doesn't give hero points. You still have to go out and kill monsters to earn points to draw cards. One draw is one draw. Draw it. Chu-Cheng held his breath, suppressed his pounding heart, and directly clicked on his first draw of the A-level pool. A gorgeous and dazzling, unprecedented lightning special effect. Chu-Cheng's pupils shrank, and his breathing seemed to stagnate. It's out. Special Service Division 9. Within 10 minutes, jet fighters had taken off from 9 Mothra ships. This was the highest efficiency they could mobilize to dispatch teams. However, what was assembled in such a short time was not a regular action team, but a special action team established according to Professor Miyazaki's concept. The team codenamed Ultimate Power. The leader was Agent Luo Yajin. Although his ability was not outstanding in the team, he had proved his decisiveness and command ability to lead the team during more than one mission. The main team members were basically consistent with the preliminary list. Liang Yi, the main output player, Fenner, who controlled the Red Phantom, and Duanlan, the functional auxiliary player, the Sonar Lady. The only difference from the early list was Felix, who was temporarily added recently. Although in principle he was originally a spy of the Intelligence Bureau, although he himself did not know it, he was an external spy after all. If this matter had been exposed before, considering his special identity and the protection of someone above him, it is estimated that he might not be given a VIP suite in the madhouse, but he would probably be asked to pack up and get out. However, the current situation is that the composition of the 9th department is a bit complicated. The top boss ran away, and the entire department is undergoing reform from top to bottom. As the main force for exposing the traitor and supervising the asylum in the future, the trend of merging the IQ with the psychiatric department is accelerating. And Felix has a high status in the IQ, so the traitor has not been kicked out since his identity was exposed, but his status in the asylum has gradually risen. In addition, he has shown a strong willingness to run field work, so it is almost logical that he was included in the list of Ultimate Power. And you can't easily say that he is a backdoor relationship, because since the discovery of the Phantom ability, his combat power can be ranked among the best among the chefs in this 5-star lunatic hotel that is addicted to playing badly. Most people can't beat him if they don't accept it, so it's not wrong to say that he won by strength. On the way to departure, the team all learned that this mission might be extraordinary. According to the ancient Leela, there is only one possibility for such a violent reaction. That is, Ophelia gave up the idea of continuing to live and finally decided to take a step that she may have been thinking about in her mind for a long time: swallowing teammates. The ancient Leela told them that the ancients have a way to speed up resurrection. Not everyone can do it, but a small number of ancients do have the ability to swallow teammates and absorb their essence, which can speed up the process of recovering to a complete body. And Ophelia is an ancient with such ability. The reason why she didn't do it before may be that she was hesitant in her heart, or she may feel that the time is not yet ripe. She needs to wait until she and her teammates are stronger, otherwise she can't achieve perfect resurrection even by swallowing. Once she does this, it will inevitably release a violent reaction, which will inevitably be discovered by humans. And now that she has chosen to do this, perhaps she feels that the time is ripe, and she has the confidence to be fully resurrected. So far, the ancients they have fought against are only half dead, and their physical strength and skills are far from the peak. So how strong is a fully resurrected ancient? No one knows, but they may find the answer soon. Approaching the target, Felix was in charge of the flight. He had achieved quite good results in the simulated flight training. Although he had only 1 or 2 chances to actually fly the plane, he was already excellent in this reckless team. It is expected to arrive at the combat zone in 3 minutes. Hey, be careful. The voice sounded in Felix's mind. It was the shadow that warned him. Felix realized what his phantom reminded him the next second. A thick black tentacle smashed down on his head. At this speed, it was about to split their fighter in two. If it were an ordinary pilot, the plane would probably be over by now, but the special person is also different from ordinary people in terms of reflex nerves. Felix's entire physical fitness has been reborn since he accepted his phantom, and his reaction speed is no exception. He hit the joystick almost instinctively, and the fighter jet dodged the huge tentacle that appeared out of thin air to the side at the extreme. Everyone in the plane suddenly lost weight, and their sense of balance was in disarray. If they hadn't been wearing seat belts, they would have been thrown away. The plane barely avoided a collision, but it also lost balance. Felix was about to pull the lever to make it right, but he didn't expect one side of the fuselage to suddenly sink, and half of the wing was cut off by something invisible with a scream, and half of the burning wing flew out. Felix's face changed slightly. Wait, I should have dodged it. "It's a phantom," Agent Duanlan shouted while trying to fix himself in the seat. "There is evidence that one of the enemies has the ability to create illusions, like a holographic projection. The tentacles just now may just be an illusion to cover up the real attack, and the real attack, it's invisible. Felix has figured it out. Everyone hold on." He switched personalities in a brief moment. His eyes turned white, and within a few tenths of a second, the shadow had taken over his body. The appearance of the phantom personality instantly greatly improved his arm strength. The shadow pulled the joystick hard, and the plane with a broken wing barely regained its balance. It dragged a trail of black smoke, and slid to land with difficulty in the pose of a road maintenance worker with high blood pressure. The people on the plane were knocked unconscious. If it were an ordinary special agent, some of them would be paralyzed at this moment. But fortunately, there was no ordinary person in this team, and they recovered quickly. "Open the door," Luo Yajin ordered. Felix pressed the button to lower the cabin door twice. A few sparks burst out from the cabin door, and there was a sound of mechanical collision, but the door did not open. "The door is stuck." Felix frowned. It must have been broken during the crash. "I'll try to see if the emergency mechanism works." Before he finished speaking, a shadow appeared on Liang Yi's body. The shadow raised a palm, and a bolt of lightning exploded on the cabin door. The stuck mechanical bracket suddenly broke with a bang, and the door panel fell outward. It opened. Felix swallowed his words halfway through his words. "This is fine, whatever." The group jumped off the plane. Before they could stand firm, another invisible attack came. This time it was Fana who attacked. But the girl's phantom was extremely alert, and the red-dressed phantom seemed to instinctively flash out from her body and protect her. The invisible attack hit the red-dressed phantom, and both the phantom and Fana were blown away. But fortunately, with the phantom's defense buffer, she was not in big trouble. Luo Yajin reacted immediately, and his arm turned into a machine gun, and a string of bullets swept along the attack trajectory. The ancient Yusak was standing there. The bullets hit him, but not completely. Luo Yajin's volley of bullets passed through Yusak's body strangely, as if it hit the water surface, without causing any damage. Obviously, it was still an illusion. Then the second Yusak appeared, standing next to the first shadow. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth, until countless ancient Ursak appeared one after another, surrounding the few people. "Human." Ursak's voice sounded from nowhere. "You better prepare your last words. 10,000 words today. Let me take a breath." Chapter 241 Become Your Strength. All the phantoms launched an attack. The Usaks made the same move, with countless tentacles shooting densely. Of course, they all guessed that they were fake, just images that deceived the vision. Among the dense tentacles in the sky, there might be only one or two that were real, but they couldn't tell them apart. Luo Yajin retreated and dodged while firing, but the bullets pierced through the illusory after images. The Usaks were completely unmoved, as if an illusory army surrounded them. But it was not completely impossible to distinguish. "Liang Yi, you're 3 o'clock." Miss Sonar Duanlan suddenly shouted. If there was anyone present who could see through this illusion ability, it would undoubtedly be Miss Sonar, who mastered the perception system. While dodging the attack under the cover of her teammates, she quickly released sound waves, and echolocation drew a real image in her mind, and determined the only entity among the enemies by sound. Liang Yi did not hesitate at all. With a thought, his phantom turned and took off. Blue lightning struck from the night sky and hit one of the Usak in the illusion. Duanlan was right. Thunder immediately spread over the Usak, and lightning crackled on the ground around him. A whole circle of illusions suddenly burst like a popped bubble. Usak slid a long distance under the impact of lightning, half knelt on the ground. "Beautiful." Luo Yajin turned his gun around, not giving the Ancient One a chance to relax even for a moment. "Now, smash whatever you have, don't let him breathe." Lightning and bullets hit, and the shadow and the red-clothed phantom also flew up from the left and right. Usak was surrounded, and the sound of impact and explosions rang in his ears. The sound sounded like being on a battlefield, surrounded, isolated from the world by the flames of war, and fighting against an entire army alone in this corner, abandoned by the world. In a trance, this familiar scene seemed to awaken the dusty scenes in his memory that had been forgotten for countless years, making him feel as if he had traveled through time and space back to the distant past. There were no reinforcement or teammates. He was alone facing multiple enemies, who were far more numerous and stronger than himself. Even he could not remember how many generations ago it was, but only remembered that it was a war between different camps of the ancients. He followed Lady Ophelia unswervingly, just as he had in every reincarnation in the past. But he was abandoned. It was not against individuals, but just a tactical choice. He was not an ancient who was good at fighting, and his illusion ability had a much greater effect on humans than on his fellow ancients. So he was not a good chess piece. In addition to loyalty, he had no advantage over other ancients in the camp, which made him always the first choice when a chess piece had to be abandoned. Yes, he knew this. So even though he was abandoned, even though he had to face enemies 10 times his size alone, even though he was beaten to pieces and could barely maintain his body, he did not have the slightest resentment towards Lady Ophelia. And he was lucky he survived. Despite the wounds, even though it took him a day to barely piece together a basic body, he still dragged this body back to Lady Ophelia with difficulty. And Ophelia, who was discussing tactical matters with others at the time, only took the time to look at him, showing a little surprise. "Huh, you're still alive." Yusak tried his best to force out a natural smile. "Yes, Lady Ophelia. Fortunately, you have fulfilled your mission." But she was no longer interested in listening, and just waved her hand. "Go and recover by yourself. I'm a little busy here." Point. Yes, Lady Ophelia. Yes, it has always been like this. Every time he wakes up, every time he reincarnates. He doesn't resent anything, because this is a tacit understanding between them that does not need to be expressed. Following her, he had to prove that he was worthy, that he had that value. He knew his position. A chess piece, whose value was to be used, would have no complaints even if abandoned. He wanted to become the strength of Lady Ophelia. Raw. Yusak's body swelled up at an alarming speed visible to the naked eye, until the whole body seemed to explode. The thick tentacles waved with great amplitude, and the huge body like a mountain rose from the ground. It had a rugged body, and 2 pairs of 6 eyes that were so small, that they were almost slits for that size. The monster looked down from above, coldly overlooking the tiny humans under its feet. Captain? It looks like it's getting bigger." The shadow, who was still pressing Yusak to output vigorously in the last second, quickly retreated, and at the same time, looked at Luo Yajin with Felix's body. "What is our next plan?" "Luo Yajin." Yusak roared, and the thick tentacles smashed towards them. "Dodge." The special people showed their magical powers, and dodged in different directions. Thunder and bullet rain exploded on the huge creature at the same time. The shadow in the form of a phantom flew up and pressed a palm on the monster, which exploded with a bang, but the effect was also limited. Yusak knew that revealing his true form basically meant that he was finished. The newly resurrected Lettuce might be stronger than him, and Leela's fighting talent was even better than his. But they were all finished, so he didn't think he could have any luck. But as long as he could help Lady Ophelia, even a little bit, it didn't matter what happened to him. The fireball fell from the sky, and the flames hit Yusak head on. The impact carried by the high temperature almost penetrated his body, and Yusak let out a low strange cry. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the attack, and suddenly saw a burning firebird swooping down, like an enlarged version of modern fighter, and one ball of fire after another fell in his direction one after another. "Leela!" Yusak screamed sharply, "You traitor, are you still going to help humans?" He quickly dodged, but the flames continued to hit his body. More fireballs exploded at his feet, cracking the ground and splashing debris. Luo Yajin, who was covered in dust on the ground, also stood up, showing a strange expression. Those old lunatics let this Phoenix girl go to the battlefield? It was undoubtedly a risky move. They all saw the strength of the ancients. Once Leela left her exclusive cell, it might not be so easy to control her. But since those lunatics dared to let her out, they must have been absolutely sure that her power could be used for their own benefit, or they had developed a device that could effectively restrict her. Leela continued to bombard, saying, "Where is Ophelia? You have to ask my body." Yusak shouted vaguely, and at the same time, received another face cannon. As pathetic as always. Leela was not surprised. "Then I'll help you." Something felt wrong. It wasn't just Leela. As the battle progressed, everyone in the team noticed that something seemed amiss. I didn't notice it before Yusak became huge, but it became particularly obvious after he revealed his true form. But if I had to say something, I couldn't tell what was wrong. The battle ended quickly. It seemed that there was no suspense. Leela was one of the stronger ancients, with the ability to fly, agility, and explosive output. It can be said that she was born to be a warrior. Yusak was different. He was not good at fighting. His physical ability was not as good as Leela's. His only special method was an illusion without attack ability. Some people say that history repeats itself, and now it seems that this statement is indeed true. It seems to be the same for Yusak personally. He stood up and risked everything for Ophelia. Then he was surrounded and fought alone until his last drop of blood was shed and his last bit of value was squeezed out. If he was lucky enough to survive, it means that he still has value. He can return to Ophelia and continue this process. If he fails, it only means that his value has been exhausted, and it is no pity to abandon him at any time. But it seems that his luck has run out today. The huge ancient fell down like a collapsed mountain. The heavy body smashed the ground and cracked it, and the dust was stirred up. Done. Shadow hunt. Wait. Duanlan frowned. I feel something is wrong. Boom. The whirlwind seemed to fall from the sky, like a lightning-like javelin blasting through the ground. Chapter 242 complete. 10 minutes ago. TSK. The ancient Yusak lowered his head and watched the tentacles pass through his body. He felt as if everything in him was being sucked away by the tentacles and poured into Ophelia's body. I'm sorry, Yusak. Ophelia showed a regretful expression, but even if I absorb the power of Kasim, it's not enough. I'm only one step away from the complete body. Those humans may arrive at any moment, but we don't have time. I understand, Lady Ophelia. Yusak forced a smile on his weak face. I always disappoint you, I know. He murmured. I'm too useless and can't do anything else. So at least, let me be your strength for the last time in this way. Ophelia didn't say anything, but the expression she looked at him became a little more subtle. 10 minutes later, now, boom. Just like the earth suddenly exploded, the strata were blown apart, and the whirlwind spread with dust. Then, the huge body of Yusak, who was knocked to the ground by them, disappeared in front of everyone. It did not dissipate and disintegrate like the ancient ones did when they were defeated, but it disappeared without a trace, as if the video stopped broadcasting. An illusion. Impossible. Agent Duanlan showed a look of astonishment. It clearly has a physical voice. It should be real. How is it possible? A strange laugh came from the disappeared illusion. Because I have surpassed Yusak, human. I inherited his power, but I'm much stronger than him. The illusions I made are more sophisticated and cannot be distinguished by listening. As if walking out of the void, Ophelia turned from an illusion into a real entity and stood in front of everyone. She glanced at everyone present with contempt. Before, when I asked you to distinguish the so-called real body through sound, I was just testing whether I could do it. In other words, you can only hear it if I'll let you hear it. Leela also stopped, hovering in the air, looking at Ophelia. So, it was all an illusion? I guess that unlucky Yusak is gone. Yeah, he never used it, and it only played a little role for me at the end. Ophelia smiled lightly. Just now I was just experimenting with the new power and getting familiar with it. But in fact, Yusak was gone as soon as you noticed my position. You devoured them, Yusak and Kasim. Leela said, you absorbed his power and accelerated your progress. Yes, thanks to them, I'm now complete. Ophelia smiled, as if she inadvertently revealed part of her current power. The graceful body seemed to have suddenly risen a lot in the eyes of everyone, and the huge pressure made every breath seem to be several times heavier in an instant. You succeeded, congratulations. Leela said calmly. Then what? Do you really think you have become complete? Have you really found the missing part? For example, the soul? Ophelia's smile froze for a moment. That's not important. Her voice was a little colder, and the pressure everyone felt from her seemed to continue to increase. I'm immortal, and I will have plenty of time to think about this kind of problem in the future. But your time is up now. Before she could finish, Leela had already attacked. She spread her wings and quickly rose into the air, and the flames pierced towards Ophelia like arrows. Ophelia stood there, keeping a strange smile and not moving. The hurricane rolled up, and the airflow was like an invisible wall under her mind. At the same time, a ball of tissue material came out of her body. The flames shot by Leela seemed to hit a transparent barrier, and before it touched the outer shell of the tissue, it had been reduced by half. The powerful flames that distorted the space bombarded the outer shell of the tissue, and it didn't even leave a trace of burning. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The strength of Leela's flame control has been measured by the Madhouse for a while, and its strength once made the researchers mutter that she is worthy of being an ancient monster. The team members present had heard about this a little bit, and know how powerful she is as an ancient who is good at output. But even with such a blow, she couldn't even leave a scratch on the opponent's defense line. And you have to know that Leela has already shown her true form, while Ophelia is still in human form. The current actual combat and tests have also fed back the same results. The ancients maintain human form not only for them to blend into the environment, but also the state will greatly suppress their own power. That's why the radar of the 9th place can hardly detect their energy response. But even in the suppressed state, she easily blocked Leela's attack. Of course, Leela knew that this was not only because the purity of the complete Ophelia shield reached the highest level, but also because Ophelia had her own special defense method. The shield she released was divided into 3 sections, with a fine buffer layer between every 2 layers. The airflow she manipulated was almost close to the surface of each layer of the buffer structure, like layers of air cushions, perfectly integrated into the structure of the Tiz shield, and constructed the strongest Tiz shield defense system she personally created. It was difficult to penetrate regardless of temperature or impact. The other few people did not stand there in a daze, and they all took action immediately. The red-clothed phantom was the fastest. He took advantage of the moment when Ophelia was attracted by the flames to circle behind Ophelia, and his figure suddenly turned into a residual image and shot out. But Ophelia stood there calmly. Not only did she not move, but she didn't even turn her head back. The red-clothed phantom seemed to hit an invisible barrier and stopped abruptly, and then flew backwards for a long distance as if spontaneously. At the same moment, the shadow also approached. Taking advantage of the moment when his teammates covered him, he successfully rushed to the side of Ophelia and punched her in the side of her face with almost all his strength. But the ancient did not react at all and took the punch completely with his fragile face. The power of the fist was activated wherever it touched, and it exploded with a bang. But the airflow and impact seemed to have eyes and all rebounded back to the shadow, blowing the phantom away in a mess, while Ophelia remained standing there without moving. After all these years, Ophelia chuckled. Humans are still as noisy as ever. She snapped her fingers. In an instant, the whole venue was filled with flying sand and rocks. The transparent whirlwind was like a huge army under her control, with thousands of indestructible blades hidden in the storm. The ground was left with thousands of scratches. The surrounding reinforced concrete was smashed to pieces. The trees and lampposts were cut in half, and were swept up into the sky with the storm. With just a snap of the fingers, in the blink of an eye, the entire team was in pieces. Some people were buried under the rubble, as if they were scratched by a wind blade, and some people were hit by the wind, and were blown away. If they were not all born with special physiques, strong vitality and the ability to heal themselves, casualties would have probably occurred by now. What the hell? Eluoyajan cursed as he stretched out a hand from the ruins and barely crawled out half of his body. What kind of monster is this? Hey, this is not even on the same level as the last time we met. This was Shadow yelling at Felix. Everyone had also discovered that this was not the same level as the infected they had fought before. No, it was not even on the same level as the other ancients that had appeared before. What was even more terrifying was that she was still in human form. If she showed her true form, it would be even more unimaginable. Is this the complete form of the ancient? Agent Duanlan murmured. Although they had all heard from Leela that the complete form of the ancients was very different from the present, no matter how much they heard, it was not as direct as experiencing it in person. A terrifyingly powerful force. The next second, the ground was suddenly melted through. A pillar of fire burst into the sky under Ophelia's feet, like an erupting volcano engulfing her completely. But it was still ineffective. When the pillar of fire dissipated, everyone saw an egg-like object floating in the air. The defense system of the T-shield protected Ophelia in the middle of the omnidirectional, and no blind spots, and she was unscathed from inside to outside. Ophelia slowly raised her hand, spread her 5 fingers, and pointed it in the direction where Leela flew through the air. The next second Leela's whole body tensed up, and she felt as if she was grabbed by an invisible hand. It was the wind. The air current that passed by her at high speed was like an extension of Ophelia's hands and feet, grabbing her in the air. Leela felt like she was tied by a chain, and her wings were stiff and difficult to move. Then an unparalleled strange force pulled her down violently. The huge flying creature fell, dragging a colorful trail, and hit the ground with a bang. What a irony. In the end, the only ones left are you and me. Ophelia walked slowly towards her. You never learned to obey, you never did. You have the ability, to be honest, I've always admired that about you, but the problem is that you always like to fantasize. Leela didn't say anything, just continued to struggle. Multiple air currents tied her to the ground like transparent chains. She exerted great strength, and her body temperature continued to soar. The cement and steel bars under her were melted by her high temperature, but it still didn't help. It's a pity that we can't go to the end together. But, a voice sounded, deafening music, sounding like pop music. Everyone was stunned, and their eyes were all cast towards the crashed Special Service 9 fighter not far away. Someone hijacked its speakers and used it to play pop music. Boom. At the moment, when Ophelia's attention was attracted, a string of missiles fell from the sky from the completely opposite direction, and exploded with a bang exactly where she was standing. A red and golden steel after image cut through the sky, and Iron Man swooped down. Hey guys, did anyone miss me? Chapter 243, Heavy Firepower. Iron Man's tail flames pushed in the opposite direction, and he landed with a bang, making a grand appearance. You guys always have a way to show off. The dusty Luo Yajin snorted and muttered, turning his head to ask casually, while turning his arm into a tool, to help himself climb out from under the ruins. Where's Bat? Sorry, but he's not on duty today. Stark's voice sounded from under Iron Man's armor. While speaking, he had raised his arms and locked the target again, and 2 beams of recoil pulse cannons blasted into the dust of the missile explosion. But only a shadow flashed out quickly, almost avoiding the trajectory of the recoil cannon by a hair's breadth, and the energy beam immediately blasted a small hole in the ground. Ophelia pulled herself out and landed lightly outside the smoke screen. She looked unharmed. I was wondering when you were going to show up. Ophelia chuckled, but this time it won't be the same as before. Now I'm complete. Come on, let me see what humans of this era are capable of. Halfway through her words, she saw a red and golden afterimage flying from behind her, holding a white silk thread in his hand, pulling a truck, and smashing it down on her head. But Ophelia didn't even turn her head, just waved her hand lightly. The airflow condensed into a vortex, and the whirlwind suddenly rolled up from behind her, and hit the truck head on. The compression of gravity and the strong wind immediately deformed the truck, and even the tires broke and flew out in the strong wind. Iron Spider pulled the spider silk in his hand in the air, and pulled up the height in the air, to avoid the truck that was hitting him in the air. He took advantage of the truck, and flipped in the air, then stepped on the building on the side with his feet, and stood horizontally on the vertical wall against gravity. New knowledge, she looks like she has eyes on her back, now I remember it. Spider-Man hummed vaguely. As I said before, I'm no longer the same as before. While Ophelia was speaking, Iron Man's shoulder shotgun was activated, and the small and concealed bullets locked onto multiple parts of her body and shot at her at the same time. But another group of T-shields were released from her body and stood up like a wall, blocking all the bullets. Iron Man quickly changed his position, and a string of rockets were fired in an arc. But as Ophelia's mind moved, the Cyclone and T-shield intertwined defense line stretched in front of her, as if she had enchanted this shield. The composite defense system formed by the wind and T-shield had almost no blind spots, and the rockets exploded one after another, and the fireballs almost covered most of her body, but the effect was very limited. Iron Spider also used spider silk to speed up and change his position, and fired several shots with the same type of recoil cannon in the palm of his hand, which was similar to Iron Man's, but they were all blocked. Under the cover of firepower, he found a gap and flipped to the top of the opponent, swinging his fist to prepare for a physical attack with his strong arm strength. But Ophelia made a casual gesture, and the airflow rolled up with dust and gravel. Before Xiao-Chan raised his arm and punched, he was hit by an air cannon and was blown away. Xiao-Chan flew backwards, shot through several layers of obstacles, and shot into a building that looked like it was about to collapse. The collapsed building crashed on him. "It's okay, Mr. Stark, I'm fine." Xiao-Chan's voice came from below. Of course, no one asked. Iron Man was also a little busy at the moment. "Don't waste your time." Ophelia chuckled. "Mighty Shield has reached the ultimate purity. Now there is nothing in the world that can hurt it." I don't know if this is an exaggeration, but the conventional power recoil cannon in Iron Man's palm and the conventional rockets equipped on his body are indeed not very effective. The hardness of the T-shield of the complete Ancient One has indeed become a bit exaggerated. Ophelia's wind escape ability has also strengthened its resistance to physical impact with the airflow enchantment. Iron Man's foot propulsion jet accelerated into the air, his right hand clenched into a fist, and raised his arm. A new mechanism popped out from the back of his hand with a click, and a red-hot laser was released, hitting Ophelia's shield head-on. I said, "It's useless." Ophelia snorted. "Mighty Shield defense system is more complete than other ancient ones, and human means are simply impossible." Huh? The slap in the face came like a storm. Before she finished speaking, the laser had penetrated her defense line. The red-hot beam pierced her left arm like a sword. Ophelia's pupils shrank, and she hurriedly urged the wind power. Her whole body floated like a leaf blown away by a whirlwind, narrowly avoiding the laser beam. It was just a scratch, and the ancient's body could repair it quickly. But she looked at Iron Man with a little more surprise. Impossible. It was clearly the most perfect shield of the TIS, although her defense might be a little discounted, because she didn't show her real body now, but it should be impeccable. That's right, even Leela's flames just now couldn't penetrate her defense line, which was enough to prove this. Sure enough, even if she reached the perfect form, she couldn't take the humans of this era lightly. This made her put away a little contempt, and look up to the humans in front of her a little bit. But only a little. The next second Iron Man was hit by an invisible wind blade. The sharp blade constructed by the airflow destroyed everything along the way, and everything it touched was cut open like paper. The Iron Man armor withstood the power of the cutting, but was still blown away by the airflow, and fell to the ground after 2 rounds of rolling. Laser cutting can penetrate defenses, but it requires continuous output to cause damage. Friday said. The laser cutter is one of the most powerful weapons in the conventional weapons of the Iron Man suit. It can output the energy of the arc reactor at extremely high power, and convert all of it into energy, specialized with cutting as a core. Because the output power is too strong, only the new element arc reactor can afford it, and even the Mark 6, which is equipped with the new element reactor for the first time, can only fire 1 shot. At this time, Chu-Ching was operating the Iron Man's feet to propel forward, and a propulsion backflip avoided the air cannon that followed. The power of this attack was also a bit exaggerated. The part of the ground that was hit was blown out of a hemispherical pit, and everything in the pit, such as steel bars, bricks, and stones, was crushed to pieces without leaving any slag. Maybe a single beam pulse will work, Chu-Cheng said while operating. The single beam pulse is the strongest conventional output of the Iron Man armor. It directly releases energy from the arc reactor on the chest to bombard, and the power is extremely powerful. It should be effective, judging from the scan results, Friday said. But a single pulse needs to be charged. It is suitable for dealing with large targets with strong defense but relatively bulky. It is not recommended to use it against humanoid units that can move at high speed. Well, maybe we should bring Wolverine with us today, Chu-Ching muttered. Adamantium bone claws can indeed penetrate defenses, but considering the current enemy's ability level, melee units may find it difficult to use them. Friday reminded. That's true. At this time, Iron Man was flying around a semicircle while releasing pulse lasers from his palm, but was still blocked. Iron Spider had also broken free from the ruins, dragging 2 spider silks back to the scene to rejoin the battle. The Firebird swooped down from the sky, and with Iron Man's 2 missiles, Ophelia's route was blocked. But when the whirlwind rolled up, she floated to the side with the wind, to avoid the missile bombardment, and at the same time, raised a Theseus shield to block Leela's bombardment. The Ancient One lowered its altitude, and the flames condensed into the appearance of a lily in a dress. Standing on the top of the Firebird, she looked at Iron Man with some dissatisfaction. "Tell me you have new tricks." The resentful expression seemed to say that you had used more than just these 3 tricks to make me shut down before. Chu Cheng also asked, "Send out the Iron Legion. Maybe it can suppress the opponent, but it is not recommended, sir. Most of the armors in the Iron Legion are not designed for combat, and their firepower may not be able to penetrate the defenses of the current level of the enemy. So if you want my advice, sir, we have to show the real heavy firepower." "Okay, heavy firepower, got it." Chu Cheng originally thought that he would not need the new trump card for a while, so he could give his kidneys and liver a little break, because the new hero was more player intensive than all the heroes he had so far. It seems that he thought too much. Of course, just in case, he had already selected the hero before the deployment, and kept it in the substitute list. Trump cards are meaningless if they are not used when they are needed. Chu Cheng pressed the select button. The next second, the wind and clouds surged, and lightning and thunder roared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 God Descends. The sky suddenly darkened. A storm suddenly rose from nowhere, with lead-like black clouds covering the entire sky in just a second. The wind started to stir. Others might not have noticed it immediately, because they were dealing with an enemy who had the ability to control air currents. The wind blew bricks and stones all over the ground. But Ophelia, who controlled the wind, felt the change immediately. The wind was her most trusted companion, the only thing she believed she could always rely on, even more reliable than the pathetic Cusack who volunteered to sacrifice himself for her. She couldn't remember when she began to master this power, but from the source of her memory, it was a part of her, something she was born with. The wind was like an extension of her hands and feet, like her instinct. They would build a defense for her, whisper in her ears, bring important intelligence and information, and turn into an indestructible blade to eliminate all enemies that stood in her way. They had always been like this, and had never changed. But now, she felt them stirring. Just like a horse tied to a stable stirring in fear, showing the intention to break free from its restraints and leave her control. Ophelia was extremely stunned the moment she realized this. How could this be possible? Question mark? The wind was her servant, her partner. She gave orders, and they obeyed. The whole process was as natural as the sun rising from the east and the waterfall falling from the top of the mountain. There had never been even a moment of surprise in thousands of years. Thick clouds covered the entire sky, and lightning rolled like a silver dragon. Everyone's heartbeat almost stopped. They didn't know what they were expecting or afraid of, but it was like their body instinctively did so, as if a powerful voice whispered in their ears, telling them that something was coming. The next second, lightning split the dark clouds. The lightning that cut through the sky made everyone's face pale. At that moment, everyone closed their eyes involuntarily, but immediately tried to open their eyes wide, looking at the shocking scene that would be deeply imprinted in their minds for a long time to come. God descended to the earth. That was the first thought that came to their minds. A blond man, with a burly figure, wearing a retro black armor, with a cloak like a battle flag behind him. There were no planes, no auxiliary, and nothing that looked like technological equipment. Lightning was his vehicle, the surging storm was his guard of honor, and the muffled thunder rolling in the black clouds was his salute, as if the heaven and earth were welcoming the arrival of a god. A real god. Thor. The first A-level hero shipped by Chu Cheng from the game, and currently he has the strongest combat power designated by all heroes. Marvel and many other fantasy story systems have different definitions of gods. From the omnipotent universe to a single planet, each level has its own level of gods. Thor probably belongs to the planetary level. Although the level is not high among various gods, it is also an officially certified and serious god, with an organization, and a higher level of life than ordinary creatures. Because the time between the hero card draw and the mission was too short, the rush to go out left him with little time to do detailed testing. He only had time to try out the basic operations of Thor in the teaching module, but he had a rough idea in his mind. As an American comic metaphysical hero, Thor has brought his idealism characteristics to the extreme from head to toe. His combat power can be very erratic according to the plot. Even in the movie, he is a character with a huge gap in strength between the early and late stages. And unlike most heroes in the MCU, whose strength increases with time, the strength curve of Thor is drawn, and those who don't know it would think it's a stock market speculation. It's just a heartbeat. From Thor 1 to Thor in Avengers, Thor was invincible when he appeared. However, in Avengers 2, it was as if he was backstabbed by the new version of the fixed Thor's invincibility bug patch. He was beaten to a standstill in a one-on-one duel with Ultron, and the curve suddenly fell. In the third film, his beloved Mjolnir hammer was crushed by his elder sister Hela, and his father Odin, who died, complained that he was a god of hammer who withered without Mjolnir hammer. In the end, although his divine power was awakened, he was less equipped with divine equipment than before, and the curve continued to decline. After that, he ushered in the peak of his life in Avengers 3. A wave of enhanced Stormbreaker descended on Wakanda, and he chopped off the 6-gem Thanos with his hands. The highlight was that he was an extreme jungler with divine equipment, and saved the game. He won the most valuable MVP without any suspense. You thought that he sacrificed his father, mother, brother, and Mjolnir hammer and finally achieved the right result and took off. Unexpectedly, it was just a last gasp. He sacrificed his muscles in the backhand, and his strength curve plummeted to the bottom like a Waterloo. In fact, it was just that Thor was young and had potential. In fact, the divine power he developed in the movie was just the tip of the iceberg from beginning to end. If he really had a peak period, Thor should be a father-level god like his father Odin. A-class heroes are definitely much stronger than B-class heroes, but it doesn't seem to be too outrageous. Chu Cheng checked the equipment capabilities and estimated that this Thor brother should have just debuted. He has not awakened the explosive species and has no other magical equipment. Almost all of his abilities rely on the Meow Hammer, including the most basic flying ability, which depends on the Meow Hammer to drag others to fly. The moment Ophelia saw him, it was as if every cell in her body was alarmed. This man just appeared, and she almost felt that the wind element that should have been under her control became restless and sent her a signal of extreme danger. Thor landed gorgeously, then turned his head to look at Iron Man, who was knocked away because he lost Chu Cheng's control and was getting up again. Haha, my friend Stark, you don't look good. What, you can't deal with a woman? Flaw. Seeing that the other party actually didn't take her seriously and turned around to chat with his teammates, Ophelia certainly couldn't let go of this opportunity. With a thought, a powerful wind blade suddenly broke through the air and blasted out. Of course, she didn't know that the other party's behavior of chatting with teammates only seemed to underestimate the enemy, but in fact it was just the two Avengers meeting and triggering the character's automatic voice. In fact, Chu Cheng, who was the operator of Thor at this time, focused all his attention on the enemy, so it just seemed to give the enemy a false impression that there was a flaw. Thor stood there, even still talking to Iron Man, and at the same time he swung his hammer in a plain way. Then something happened that Ophelia could hardly imagine in her dreams. Her wind blade was instantly disintegrated the moment it touched the hammer, just like a castle built of sand was washed away by the tide and then swept against the trend under the influence of the waves and backfired towards Ophelia herself. Ophelia? Question mark? He actually threw his wind blade back. I'm awesome? Question mark? Ophelia's brain almost crashed instantly. She was so shocked that she even forgot to activate her ability to resist immediately. The backlash of the wind blade slashed through her body, and the dust and storm rolled towards her, stirring up a flurry of sand and rocks. The strong wind blasted her graceful figure backwards for a long distance. The unstoppable invisible blade cut and cracked her body in many places and also blew up a turbulent snow white wave. She slid back a long distance before stopping, with an expression of doubting life. In her case, she might doubt more than one life, and looked at the blonde man in the red cloak in shock. The man did not even look back when he swung the hammer and continued to talk to the tin man next to him. I was just distracted. Iron Man stood up, rubble and debris fell from his iron body, and the steel joints of his body made a slight and pleasant metal friction sound. By the way, I'm also very happy to see you. He deliberately emphasized the word also, as if he was dissatisfied with Thor's mocking teammates. As soon as he appeared, Thor heard his sarcasm and smiled. Ha, don't get me wrong, it's always nice to see an old friend. As he spoke, he raised his hand and swung it. Thor's hammer suddenly broke through the air and whistled, like a grey cannonball penetrating space and blasting towards Ophelia. Ophelia didn't dare to despise it at all at this time, and the shield was immediately released from her body. The 5-layer defense structure was even stronger than the composite defense line she released before. Each layer of the shield was intertwined and mixed with the airflow she controlled, and the unique reinforced defense was almost unbreakable. Well, at least she thought it was unbreakable. Bang! Ophelia's eyes widened, as if they were about to shoot out. In fact, it was not impossible for the Ancient One to do so. The scene she saw in just 1 second almost made her insane. The hammer, which was thrown by the man with his bare hands in a careless manner, seemed to be ordinary. The moment it touched her first line of defense, the airflow contained in it seemed to scream out of her control, breaking the entire defense system from the inside out. Thor's hammer was like a golden cudgel that hit the forbidden land in the deep valley, and it penetrated the first layer of shield with great force. It was as easy as poking through a paper window. And just as Ophelia's eyes widened, and the Ancient One's brain was desperately restarting from the downtime, she immediately felt as if her head had been hit by another heavy hammer. Oh no, to be more precise, it should be 4 hammers. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive sounds blasted through her next 4 layers of composite defense with overwhelming force, and at the same time, dealt a critical blow to her worldview that had been on the verge of being shattered for thousands of years. Was I dreaming? Chapter 245 The Power of Heaven and Earth. From the appearance to the complete reversal of the situation, it basically took a few ordinary hammers. Ophelia was shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. Leela, who was watching from the side, also felt that it was extremely outrageous, and the spectators in the back row also wondered if there was something wrong with their opening method. Just a minute ago, they were all still amazed that the complete form of the Ancient One could be so powerful that they suspected that the flying fire-breathing lolly next to them might be a fake Ancient One. Then they saw this man who came down from the sky with a hammer and hit the Ancient One who tortured them to death with 2 hammers, making the Ancient One who tortured them to death look like a harmless chihuahua. Are we really playing a copy? It must be said that among the veteran Avengers, Thor is the one who knows the most about appearance. As the saying goes, the thunder arrives before the man. A string of thunder first attracts attention and shows off his power, and then falls from the sky with special effects of lightning and lightning, with full cards. The gorgeous appearance, breathtaking divine power, and overwhelming strength instantly focused all eyes on him. Of course, although Thor is indeed very strong, after all, the Thor that Chu Cheng is currently controlling is estimated to be only at the level of when he first appeared in the MCU. In the words of his father Odin, he is the god of hammer instead of Thor. His divine power depends entirely on the hammer. Without the hammer, he is weak. He is far behind Thor in the later period in terms of mentality, divine power, and combat skills. So the Thor that Chu Cheng is currently controlling is actually not as strong as he appears. The reason why he crushed the complete Ophelia so easily can be said to be attribute restraint. It is well known that Thor is known as the god of thunder, but his ability is not only thunder, but also comes with the power of weather control. He can roll up typhoons and call tornadoes at will. According to the mythology of the Celestial Empire, he is a combination of the abilities of the thunder god and the lightning goddess, including snow, rain, hail, etc., which is a real call for wind and rain. Moreover, Thor and his father Odin have the same divine power. When they grow to their peak, They are both gods of the Heavenly Father level, the father of the gods who reign over the 9 realms. Their status is still quite high. So although his power is far from that level now, the foundation of his divine power is still at the Heavenly Father level. Weather control is part of his authority as a god, and ordinary people with superpowers who control weather can hardly snatch it from him. The composite defense that Ophelia was proud of, which was enchanted with wind power, became a weakness in front of Thor. If she didn't do these fancy things and directly use the shield of the thighs to defend, she might not have been broken like this. Ophelia stood still with the help of the airflow, and with her arms raised, the storm immediately rolled towards her. But Thor pointed his hammer forward, and the whole person dragged the hammer, turning into a grey afterimage and shooting out. The fierce whirlwind was immediately pierced by him, and Thor flew straight to Ophelia. He raised his right hand high, carrying countless tons of divine power. A large amount of air was squeezed out from the bottom of the hammer to both sides, and the meow hammer fell on her head with a heavy sound of breaking through the air. It was not visible from the perspective of others, but in Ophelia's eyes, the inconspicuous little hammer that fell in front of her seemed to expand thousands of times. In her perception, it was like a grey iron mountain, covering her entire sky endlessly, with only one equally boundless big word printed on it: death. Boom. Ophelia controlled the whirlwind to wrap herself up and fly out at the critical moment. She was very fast, and her figure was almost invisible to the naked eye when she flew out, but she was still affected by the explosive airwave. The worst thing was that the cyclone she controlled was far less flexible than usual, and it was a bit difficult to adjust her position in midair. In a hurry, she landed on her butt in a somewhat embarrassing way and rolled out for a long time in a dusty face. When the dust settled, through the smoke and dust, everyone saw the ground cracking dramatically, and the cracks were still spreading like a spider web. The moment the hammer fell, they all felt as if the entire ground suddenly sank with that swing, as if the earth could not bear the weight of the hammer. Ophelia pulled away, and before she could stand up, she saw a shadow piercing through the dust, like a grey-black snake biting her to death, flying straight towards her. Thor's hammer was thrown out of her hand, and it seemed to hit her head on, but Ophelia's body image suddenly shook, as if it was distorted, and Thor's hammer passed through her body, as if it pierced through a holographic image. At the same second, Ophelia, who was shot through by Thor's hammer, disappeared out of thin air. Then the next moment, more Ophelia appeared. It was the power of illusion. She appeared from all directions, one after another, like an army surrounding Thor. Each of them had a fierce look in their eyes like a jackal, and they raised their hands in unison. The wind in the venue suddenly intensified, and the storm was around, blowing Thor's red cape like a battle flag on the battlefield. "Be careful, only one of them is real," Felix shouted. "She disguised the sound in the picture, but she can't hide the energy." Iron Man said on the side, "My armor has downloaded the module for scanning the energy of the ancients. A deep scan should be able to distinguish the real body." Spider-Man also said, "My spider sense may also be able to see through the illusion. I just need to follow my feelings. Just like the time I dealt with Mysterio. It won't be difficult." Chu Cheng knew that this was still similar to the reminder mechanism of the game to the player, reminding him which abilities of the current hero can attack the illusion type abilities. Just like Batman reminded him before that he could summon the Batmobile to use the onboard scanner for detective tracking. But thank you for your help, my friend. But rest assured that the son of Odin can handle it. Thor smiled and raised the hammer in his hand confidently. The storm in the field clearly became more violent, and the airflow was also accelerating, and the momentum was even greater than before. But everyone else only saw that the wind was becoming more and more unbridled, and only Ophelia felt with horror that the wind was becoming more and more fierce, and her control was weakening. It was as if someone was forcibly snatching the storm from her hands. Then there was the amazing thunder, shining in the sky, like countless dragons with lightning rolling in the clouds. It was an effect that could not be compared with any movie special effects. This scene was destined to be unforgettable for everyone who saw it up close. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if endless lightning fell from the sky and absorbed the hammer that Thor held high above his head. Thor shouted and smashed the hammer to the ground. The lightning accumulated on Thor's hammer suddenly broke out like a flood that broke the dam in all directions at the same time. It was a tsunami formed by thunder and lightning, an unstoppable wave, and a high-pitched and exciting symphony. Lightning swept through every clone of Ophelia in the field at an astonishing speed. Countless phantoms flashed and extinguished at high speed. The original body mixed in the phantom was hit by lightning head-on, and exploded into the air. Hammer. Fancy. Who cares if he is a phantom or not? Isn't it enough to kill them all with one hammer? Where do so many things come from? The 9 people in the front row who were eating melons were already stunned. Among them, the one who was closest to this ability was Liang Yi, but even he could deeply feel from the audience that it was not at the same level as his own ability. Liang Yi's phantom ability is electric current control, which can discharge electricity and release lightning into the air to accumulate it. It relies on accumulation to make a big one, but in essence it is still his own ability to release, and the intensity is limited. But the guy swinging the hammer in front of him is obviously different. That is the real calling of wind and rain, changing the weather, and in a more mysterious way, it is to attract the power of heaven and earth. This can no longer be regarded as the scope of superpowers. Is this a god? Not to mention the front row of the 9 departments, even the ancient Leela is now in a mess. So this thing can't be a human? Question mark? And unlike the previous battles with Iron Man and Batman, this time not only her eyes and reason, but also her perception as an ancient is telling her the same conclusion. This thing is not a human. Maybe he looks exactly like a human by coincidence, but he is definitely not a human. Under the humanoid skin is a powerful energy that can be called a monster, and the life level is completely different from that of ordinary humans. Leela obediently stepped back a little, not daring to intervene casually, not even daring to breathe. If she had felt that she was a bit of a loss because she failed to win the fight and the negotiation failed and became a prisoner, now she has never been so grateful for her previous decision. If she hadn't waved the white flag quickly, she would have imagined herself in Ophelia's position facing this guy swinging a hammer. Just thinking about it makes her heart and lungs stop. Chu Cheng controlled Thor to lift his hammer and float in the air. He was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue, but he saw that in the direction where the Ancient One was knocked away, the brick and stone ruins exploded with a bang. A huge tentacle stabbed out, and the shadow expanded rapidly, and burst out from under the ruins. Ophelia finally showed her true form. Chapter 246 God of Thunder. Each ancient has its own characteristics and a unique label. In fact, this is not because they like it, but because they have to. After countless years of washing, they have actually long forgotten who they are and everything they originally were. Each ancient has an almost perverted obsession with something, which is close to an anchor for them. It has become a part of each of them, and they cannot give it up, even if they want to. For Ophelia, what she pursues is a sense of control. Whether it is a companion, an enemy, or a human, she pursues the satisfaction of having everything under her control. Even though she has never really experienced that satisfaction. When she was blown away by the thunder, she was completely convinced that the opponent she faced this time might be the only one in her life, or it should be the only one in her life. Whether in the past or now, this may be the first time she has faced such a powerful existence. But she has no choice. Being high above and controlling everything is all she pursues, and it is the only way for her to feel alive. Previously, she chose to develop in a low-key manner and avoid fighting. In fact, it was essentially the pursuit of this ultimate goal. She hoped that she would regain the power to control everything after she was resurrected into a complete form. But now she has become a complete form, and it is impossible for her to become stronger. Her evolutionary path stops here. She has put all her skill points into the upper limit of her level, so there is no point in continuing to survive in this game that will never have another version update. All she can do is fight. Fight with all her might, that's all. The ancient made a sharp cry, and the strange body was supported by legs like hooves. The body was pale, the skin was smooth and flawless, and it looked like some kind of elastic structure. It had a wide mouth, no eyes, and long tentacles on its face, which looked creepy. That was Ophelia's original appearance. She continued to scream, like a broadcast with her voice stretched infinitely. The wind continued to increase, as if it had turned into a pitch black dragon. It was infinitely long, standing upright, and fluttering wildly between the black clouds. A pitch black tornado. Thor was the first to be hit. His tiny body was swept into the storm and disappeared. Then the bricks and rubble were swept in. Cars danced like toys in the air dozens of meters high. Even the fallen fighter plane joined in the carnival. Everyone, hold on tight. Luo Yajin had already found a shelter when he shouted. They had long realized that this fight between gods was not safe, and each of them moved away from the center of the battle, but it still seemed unsafe. Each of them found a shelter and held on to something to prevent themselves from flying off the ground into the whirlwind. Die, die. Ophelia screamed in the storm. No matter what you are, die. The strong wind pressure squeezed the steel into a discus under her deliberate control. The planes and cars were crushed flat, and the internal structures of steel and machinery were crushed with a click, and countless parts were swept into the vortex. In the terrifying cyclone, it seemed as if countless wind blades that could cut through iron like mud were echoing. The steel and cement rolled up in the storm were cut into countless pieces in an instant. No matter how hard the material was, it was cut open, and the fracture was smooth and flat, just like a cake cut by a table knife. No wonder the ancients were like gods in the eyes of the ancients, and the words that people could find from the ruins to mention these beings also used words similar to God many times. Because this is indeed a great power that people in the era of barren imagination could not even dream of, like a magical power that mastered the authority of the laws of heaven and earth. This is the power possessed by a complete ancient, who almost single-handedly built an inverted cone-shaped death zone, and anything in that storm would be crushed to pieces. But not today. In a short while, the few people who were far away from the surroundings clearly felt that the wind seemed to have weakened. But after another look, they soon found that it was not the wind that had weakened. On the contrary, the momentum of the tornado was becoming more exaggerated and more fierce, as if it was going to drain everything on the surface with the air. It was just that the more violent storm was more concentrated and locked in a limited range. Everything was swept up into the air and pulverized wherever the tornado was, but the further out it went, the less impact it had, as if someone had tied it to a designated area with a rope to prevent it from leaking out. But how was this possible? In just a few hundred meters, the wind on one side was strong enough to crush everything, while on the other side, apart from the exaggerated visual effect in front of them, they only felt that the wind seemed a little strong. Although none of them were scientists, they didn't need a doctorate to see that this was absolutely unscientific. But the most shocked person should be Ophelia, who was in the middle of the storm. Because even after she transformed and greatly strengthened herself, she was still shocked to find that the storm she summoned was slowly getting out of her control again. No, she almost shouted hysterically, "Obey me, you can't." But no matter how hard she tried, it was useless. The wind became more and more violent, and a large amount of airflow was continuously sucked into the bottom of the air vortex. The wind speed was getting faster and faster, but it was also less and less obedient to her command. Then she saw with horror that the man was right below her, in the eye of the storm. Thor, the god of thunder, raised his hammer high above his head, and the hammer spun like a windmill. Every cyclone seemed to be spinning with the hammer, like a conductor waving his baton, or like a majestic general drawing his sword. Ophelia screamed and attacked him with all her might, trying to stop the man in the eye of the storm. But soon she realized that there was nothing she could do. She tried to mobilize the wind to attack him, but any form of airflow would be disintegrated and absorbed into his power, even if it was close to the spinning hammer. She tried to throw things at him, trees, car and plane wreckage, metal, and masonry, but nothing worked. The spinning hammer was like a turbine running at full speed, and nothing could withstand the blow of that thing. Then everyone, including Ophelia, saw her fly. The huge ancient, with a body several dozen meters tall, was forcibly pulled into the air by the strange force of the tornado. The scene simply highlighted a powerful brick flying, and the visual deterrence was full. Then lightning fell from the tornado, constantly hitting Ophelia's body. One thunderbolt after another was more violent, and each roared like the wrath of God, blowing her perfect body apart. Countless air blades cut her body, and wind and lightning intertwined, bombarding her continuously. The increasingly strong lightning continued to bombard for an unknown period of time. She could feel that her proud and perfect body was breaking apart little by little, until she could hardly feel herself. Then at the end of this grand performance, as if it was the final curtain of the climax, all the thunder in the sky fell along the storm and concentrated in the eye of the storm. Endless light and electricity gathered on Thor's hammer, and the small hammer was lit up in the blow of lightning. The hammer body was faintly humming, as if countless thunderbolts were stored in it. Thor roared with all his might, kicked his foot, pointed his hammer straight at the sky, and the whole person seemed to merge into the lightning, turning into lightning itself, and rushed towards the giant shadow falling from the storm. Boom. With a blow that was charged to the extreme, endless lightning was released from the hammer in an instant, illuminating the entire sky. The blue lightning exploded into an amazing field, and the dark blue transparent waves pushed forward like a tsunami. The body of the ancient was instantly pierced, and under the impact of the endless lightning in the field, it disintegrated little by little, and was crushed into pieces. Thor held a hammer in his hand, rode the lightning, and broke through the huge monster. The shining lightning was like a golden hoop that went straight to the heaven. The dark tornado disintegrated in an instant, and countless layers of black clouds were suddenly broken, leaving only a clear sky. With one hammer, the rain was over, and the sky was clear. Chapter 247. The sky clears after the rain. Felix opened his mouth into an O shape until his throat was dry. He wanted to speak but stopped. He felt as if he had a strong desire to express himself but couldn't. He knew that the others were definitely not much stronger than him. A few seconds ago, the sky was still covered with thunderclouds, and the terrifying tornado showed the supreme power of nature to everyone without restraint. The scene was like the end of the world. And in that short moment, a hammer hit the sky, lightning pierced the sky and the earth, and then the sky was clear. Yes, they know that these superheroes can fly and hide, and their abilities are more unscientific than each other. But even by the standards of this group of people, isn't it a bit too outrageous? First of all, let's not talk about how strong this blonde man is. What kind of incomparable physical strength he showed in the short battle just now. Although it is easy to explode on the spot, if you think about it carefully, let's not talk about it for now. But this guy in retro armor, wielding an unremarkable little hammer, wearing a cape and flying around, can summon wind and rain, and make heaven and earth appear with a casual huh? So have these people finally given up the disguise of technology and started to show their theological essence? Question mark? Point boss. This is the voice of the shadow that Felix heard from his mind. Felix still stared blankly at the disappearing tornado and the position of the ancient who had also been blown into slag, swallowed his saliva, and replied mechanically. Point what? We absolutely don't mess with that guy. Point it's rare that we have reached a consensus. But Felix found that the reactions of others seemed to be no better than his. Especially the last remaining ancient Leela, whose expression was even more explosive than those humans. This was a hammer that killed her in a second. Question mark? In fact, this is not accurate. After Ophelia was blown into the sky by the tornado, Thor's thunder bombardment lasted for a long time, and tons of output were also produced during this period. The speed of destruction is much faster than Ophelia's self-repair speed, but in essence, it is still controlled by skills, and then stripped off her defensive coat bit by bit, step by step to whittle down her health bar. It must be said that the health of the complete ancient is still thick. With Thor's output, it continued to explode for a while before it stopped. So it is obviously an exaggeration to say that it was a one-hit kill. It's just that all the damage during that period was not as cool as the last hammer that burst out with all its strength. That hammer not only has gorgeous special effects, but also the special effects of lightning and thunder exploding all over the screen, and then it also has the additional effect of the tornado dissipating and the sky clearing after the rain. The impact of the picture is full, so it gives people the illusion of one hammer kills in a second. The funniest thing is that, not to mention the original Thor, in fact, based on the previous test of the hero, Chu-Ching has long discovered that, although the Thor in the current game actually has the skill to summon a tornado, it is not as fierce as this. There is also a specific reference for Thor's own level of wind control. In the later period of MCU movies, Thor's weather skills seem to be gradually forgotten and never used again. But in the movie Thor 1, when Thor regained his divine power to fight the Asgard destroyer armor, he summoned a storm of considerable size. In fact, to be fair, although Thor 1 was lame, it was still a high-end movie as Thor's first show. So much so that when compared with the performance in the two Avengers movies, it seemed that Thor was letting the wind down. And the reason why the wind was so strong today was not Thor's personal credit, but mainly Ophelia herself. It's just that Thor's rank was originally higher than hers, and he also had the artifact Mjolnir hammer to bless him, so he easily overwhelmed her storm, and then used his divine power to strengthen it. So in the eyes of everyone, it had such a powerful power that was against the sky, and there must be some attribute restraint factors in it. Even Chu Cheng himself was a little surprised after he hit the effect of the fatal hammer. He could foresee that this short shot would torture many people for a long time to come. Of course, other people could not know these details. Now they looked at the shadow with a fluttering cape falling from the sky and felt as if they were looking up at a god. When he landed, Leela had turned back into a little girl, sitting there very obediently, not daring to move. She admitted that, when she saw the blow that penetrated the sky and the earth, she did have the thought that waking up this time was a mistake. The current Earth star is too damn dangerous. I don't know which idiot had to let them out when they were sleeping well, and what hatred made them experience such torture. Beautiful battle. Thor began to trigger the automatic voice again. Now is the time to enjoy the victory. Cheer up warriors. Be proud. We won this battle by working together. Everyone. Work together? What did we do? We are complicated. Haha, you are responsible for killing people, right? Chu Cheng knew clearly that Thor, the god, had become a little subtle since the Thor 3 movie. If you want to say that he has no style, then yes, he is handsome as a standard handsome man, and he is a big daddy who can steadily output in the Avengers. He is still handsome when he doesn't speak. So he didn't give Thor the opportunity to continue the awkward chat, and he took off directly. Thor's hammer was swung into a windmill, and the sand and gravel in the field rolled. With a bang, a yellowish brown air circle exploded under the feet of the thunder god, and the whole person soared into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight in a moment. The group stared at the distant shadow in the sky for a moment, and then someone first began to remember that there seemed to be someone who could discharge electricity among them, so their eyes gradually moved to Liang Yi, who was also covered in dust, and the team. Liang Yi's face fell. What are you looking at me for? You don't expect me to compete with that thing, do you? In this way, the threat of the Ancient One seems to have officially come to an end. Lettuce was killed in seconds when he appeared on the stage, and the remaining 4 were originally short of 1 person and couldn't start a team fight. After finishing the fight, one of them surrendered to the enemy before the fight started, and 2 of them were backstabbed and killed by teammates. The remaining 1 took up the entire team's economy and thought he was going to be a god, but the opponent had a cheater. Facts have proved that Krypton Gold can't beat the cheater. Ophelia got up and was killed in seconds, which also announced that the Ancients' resurrection in the modern era has completely failed. They can basically be pushed back into the coffin and nailed. However, although they failed, they did not fail completely. A little bit of the residue of the shield penetrated the stratum and fell into the underground pipe system. There was no energy reaction. It was like an ordinary piece of debris, drifting with the current, washed away along the pipe, and discharged into the river like waste. It wandered aimlessly in the water, and it was unknown how long it drifted, and how long it took. Finally, it grew from the tiny debris into a vague shape, and a single eye suddenly opened on it. An eye filled with confusion looked around the dark water in confusion, at a loss. After an unknown amount of time, a hand reached out from the riverbank. With his palm pressed on the shore, a barely human figure struggled to climb out of the water, and a large amount of water splashed from him to the shore. The Ancient One Yusak. He lay on his back on the shore, breathing heavily, waiting for his body to repair itself. He was clearly dead. Well, for the Ancient Ones who didn't even know if they were alive, death was an abstract concept. But he thought he should have been destroyed. His consciousness dissipated, and everything he had became Ophelia's, becoming a vital force to push her across the threshold of perfection. That was all voluntary. He should have ceased to exist. But he is still here. There can only be one explanation. Ophelia deliberately spared his life. She sucked away all of him, leaving only a very small part that was enough to contain his consciousness. Perhaps she had guessed from the beginning that, even if she became a perfect body, she might not win this battle, so she released the Tis shield containing this fragment of consciousness before the fight. So Yusak is not dead. He is the last ancient one left besides Leela. Yusak lay on the riverbank, closed his eyes and meditated. He didn't know why Lady Ophelia showed him mercy, nor did he know in what mood she gave him the last chance. But now she is gone, and he is the only one alive. This has never happened before, not in any reincarnation. For the first time in history, he is free. Yusak opened his eyes again. With some effort, he barely stood up with his broken body, staggered, and limped away. Words in brackets do not count. Double monthly tickets. Please vote at the end of the month. Chapter 248 World Focus. The Star Technology Committee seemed to be established suddenly. In just a few days, it occupied almost everyone's attention with overwhelming publicity. Customize the future is their slogan during the publicity, and there are some other similar contents at the same time. These days, people can see their logo on almost all website homepages, in newspapers, on large screens in shopping malls, and even on advertisements on bus stops on the street. In the first few days of publicity, people knew very little about them, but according to some rumors that were said to be gossip, this seemed to be a scientific research institution dedicated to developing cutting-edge technology, and there were even claims that they had made many breakthroughs. Then this rumor was naturally refuted, and the refutation was reasonable and well-founded. In particular, the scientific research dogs laughed first, saying that you think scientific research and development is like making pancakes? Breakthroughs can be made at any time. Why don't you just put up a slogan? Breakthrough is like eating and drinking water. There is a reason for saying this. Just like this, an institution that had never been heard of before. It was established only 3 or 5 days ago, and it just made a few changes, and claimed to have changed the world. Any normal person who can read should advise them to go to the hospital to see a psychiatrist. Then 2 days later, the committee's official website was also established. A group of netizens clicked in and took a closer look at the homepage. They were almost blinded by the light. The opening was a thunderbolt. At the top of the list of committee members on the website was a heavyweight name with text introduction and photos. A keyboard warrior clicked in and spit out a lot of comments without thinking. What kind of expert is this? It's funny. These days, all kinds of monsters can be called experts to fool people, right? Then, as expected, another group of netizens greeted his family tree below. You don't even know about Dr. Hines. I suggest you go back and read more books and don't embarrass yourself here. That's right, the name of the chief of the committee was Dr. Hines of the mental hospital. There is a saying that those who are close to red are red and those who are close to fish are salty. Although Dr. Hines has been with Minister Xi for a long time and there are signs that he has passed on his bad behavior, it is also because the objects of his research are not treated as human beings every time, which makes him look a bit unlucky. But in fact, this person is a high-ranking official in the 9th Special Service Department, and he is a professional leader in many fields. People flipped down the list of the committee and soon found that it was even more heavyweight. Each of them is a leader in the academic world, and their professional scope covers multiple fields including biology, medicine, energy, machinery, etc., which can almost be said to be all-encompassing. Many people were already confused when they saw this list. What kind of immortal Linux is this? Just the names of the chief and the person in charge of the committee are listed there. Those who don't know would think that this is the 5 Supremes fighting for the world's #1 in the Huashan sword contest. But considering the publicity, it was soon discovered that this should not be the Huashan sword contest, but the 7 swordsmen. If this luxurious list only made people begin to doubt, then at tonight's press conference, all the doubts were finally completely defeated, in the simplest and most direct way. All platforms were broadcasting live, and almost the entire planet's attention was focused on this. Dr. Hines, the chief of the committee, stood on the podium. He made a simple opening speech, vaguely introduced the committee, and quickly entered the focus of the first press conference. The first 2 people to be invited were disabled people. Chen Zhengbin was once an electric maintenance worker, but he lost his right hand in an accident. His entire arm was amputated from the shoulder. He has lived with one arm for 2 years, but he is still trying to adapt. Leng Xiaokang is a comrade in arms of Li Changcheng, the former director of the 9th Department. He is a hero who has won a medal, but he lost a leg as the price of the medal. The product they were invited to test was a mechanical prosthesis. Chen Zhengbin walked onto the stage in full view of the crowd, picked up the mechanical arm with his left hand trembling with excitement, and without the help of others or equipment, he directly pushed it towards the position of his broken arm with great force. With a click, it was connected. Then Chen Zhengbin flexibly twisted the mechanical arm in front of the shocked eyes of the whole world, and looked at his brand new hand with the same incredible eyes, watching the mechanical joints, palm, and 5 fingers move freely like a real arm under the command of his brain. His eyes were wet. Although he had been tested on this arm before the press conference, he still felt a deep sense of unreality at this time. Since losing his arm, his condition has been getting worse. The physical discomfort and physical disability are equally tormenting, but they are not the worst part. The worst part is that he, who should have been the head of the family and the pillar of the family, feels more and more like a burden to the family. If he had to name a scene that left the deepest impression on him, a moment that he could not get over the most, since he lost his arm, it would undoubtedly be that moment. His 10-year-old daughter sat on his lap, staring at him with eyes as clear as an angel, and said to him seriously, "It's okay, Dad, I will make a lot of money to support you in your old age." He cried. He told himself again and again in his heart that he was a father and could not cry in front of his daughter no matter what. But he couldn't do it. He really couldn't do it. And when he felt that his emotions were like a flood that broke through the dam, when he felt that he couldn't help but want to give his daughter a big hug, he found that he couldn't even do that. Now, his deepest fantasy has come true. It's like God heard his prayers. He also knows that after today, there will be thousands and thousands of people like him who will receive this gift and can hug their loved ones with their hands again. For him, this was a radical change. The internet was already going wild. Fuck. Isn't this a neural connection? Real black technology. Fuck. This is really awesome. The comments on countless platforms were all over the place, and the comments began to flood the screen. Then, in the eyes of the crowd, they saw Chen Zhengbin walk to a round barrel on the stage, scoop out a handful of yellow balls from the barrel and play catch. Just like a circus juggler, he performed acrobatics with his remaining left hand and the newly installed right hand. Leng Xiaokang next to him did the same. He sat in a wheelchair and came to the mechanical leg, and also directly picked up the leg and pushed it against his knee. There was a sound of parts rubbing, and the mechanism was working, and the leg was automatically connected. The combat hero bit his lip, supported the armrests of the wheelchair with his hands trembling with uncontrollable excitement, and stood up again under the attention of the whole world. No, not just standing up. He boldly released his hands that were supporting the wheelchair, took 2 steps forward, and suddenly jumped up, curling his body up, and doing a show-off backflip. Leng Xiaokang's eyes were also wet. He had accepted reality and his disability a long time ago. It was not easy, but he learned to compromise with life and persist with his defects. This was a luxury he had given up, a miracle he did not expect to happen. But now, the miracle has become a reality. He has a leg again, and it even seems to be stronger and better than his previous one. Whoever built this thing, he will be grateful for the rest of his life. The whole world was stunned. Boss, take my knee. Isn't this alien technology? But this is just the starting point. It's as if they have made up their minds to make a big splash, and the mechanical prosthesis is just the beginning. The committee announced 5 projects in a row in just one night, each of which is a breakthrough like a rocket launch in the relevant field, forming a clear fault with existing technology. Each announcement and test of a technology received a lot of wow, and each wave of demonstrations was a heavy hammer to the audience's 3 views on the existing world technology system. After a night of press conference, there was no more questioning voices. Almost everyone on the planet was watching this live broadcast, and everyone admired this mysterious committee. Customize the future is the slogan of the committee. At this moment, no one doubted the arrogance of this slogan, because according to the strength they showed tonight, they seemed to have the capital. And just when all the products were introduced, and almost everyone thought that the rest would be a grand finale, Dr. Hines pushed this press conference to a new climax. I know what you are thinking, and I know that many of you have high hopes for us. He said, I also hope to take this credit and honor. This may be the biggest dream of every one of us scientific researchers. But unfortunately, I can't lie about this. He paused, as if waiting for the world's attention to be attracted, and then continued. You are all curious about what kind of organization the Star Technology Committee is? We are indeed an organization established to research cutting-edge technology, but that is only incidental, not our main function. Our main function is to regulate technology and to ensure that these cutting-edge technologies can truly benefit everyone living on this planet. But this is not our credit. I and the rest of the committee, we are just spokespersons, not the ones you are going to thank. The audience couldn't help holding their breath when they heard this. They didn't quite understand for a moment. Although they felt that the technology just now sounded a bit surreal, the people on the committee basically represented the ceiling of human science. If it wasn't their technology, whose could it be? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to formally introduce to you the person who customizes the future. Our future scientist, like a meteor falling from the sky, dragging a long tail flame. The red and gold armor landed on the podium with a bang in the stunned eyes of the whole world, becoming the unique focus of the world at this moment. Iron Man. Chapter 249 Prayer. I alone will achieve world peace. You're welcome, Tony Stark. Iron Man, a man from the future or an alien? Who is Tony Stark? Iron Man Tony Stark. The frequency of the two names appearing in the global online world is soaring at an alarming rate. This mysterious superhero and scientist has become an absolute hot topic overnight. He took off his armor in front of the public, revealing the handsome face under the armor that has fascinated thousands of girls. He is elegant and has extraordinary conversation skills. He is awe-inspiring but also humorous, as if he has an unknown magnetic force. Tony Stark, the man who brings the future, the man who brings miracles. People immediately remembered this name, and it became popular all over the world again together with his codename Iron Man. The world focused on Iron Man, and everyone was extremely curious about his two identities, but no one knew anything about him. Because people soon discovered that, even if he took off his armor and met him honestly, the man under the mask was still completely unfamiliar to them. Tony Stark is like a person who jumped out of thin air to this world, with no identity and no past. This name and identity are like ghosts in the information world, and have never existed. But how could a person with such a fantastic armor, and so many miraculous technologies disappear without a trace in his life? This is why speculation about aliens and future people is popular. Of course, some people also think that he comes from a very powerful force, just like the superpower in the movie, that has the ability to completely erase a person's existence. Maybe all the recent superheroes come from that organization. Then, the mainstream is the unprecedented expectation of the future that the people of the entire Earth star have been inspired to have. If the previous superheroes mainly fight crime, eliminate evil, and focus on the transformation of people's living environment and spiritual encouragement, then the emergence of Iron Man has truly affected everyone's life. The technology released by the Star Technology Committee on the first day is only a part of it, and it is a starting point for the world to usher in earth-shaking changes. This has led to many voices on the internet and on the streets, especially for those who have been discouraged, desperate and given up hope under the existing social system. They looked up at the iron meteor flying in the sky overnight and saw hope again. My daughter, please save my daughter. I will do anything you want me to do. That was from the mother of a terminally ill girl. She knelt down on the ground in front of the camera and cried bitterly. In just one day, she had received hundreds of thousands of reposts. Similar words are not isolated cases. These are relatively normal, and there are others that are getting more and more outrageous. I want her to change her mind, no matter what the price. Please, I really tried and worked hard. I just want a job. The appearance of Iron Man made them begin to expect miracles that they dared not expect. At the same time, there are business tycoons and large companies that originally mastered core technologies. They are more keenly aware of the drastic changes that the world is about to face than ordinary people, and they are also more aware of what kind of impact their industries may face. So almost everyone tried their best to contact that Tony Stark and was eager to integrate into the trend of change brought about by technology. Of course, it was all in vain. Even such voices began to appear. In the past, people would pray to God when they were desperate. Now, they seek Stark. Of course, the human species also has a characteristic. No matter what happens, there will always be some people who voice some opposition. The voices of doubt soon began to appear, and there were even some conspiracy theorists. Some speculated that this was an evil plan of the Earth Star against humans, and some speculated that the top government officials had been brainwashed and controlled. Someone also soon proposed that with Iron Man's ability, if he wanted, he could actually know who sang any dissenting tune, and he could shut anyone up, if he wanted to, in the virtual world or the real world. But he did not respond to these voices. There was no tweet statement, and no substantial action. Because he didn't care. Just like the sun. Whether people thank the sun for its gift, or scold it for the drought and heat it brings, it goes its own way and rises as usual every day. It shines and heats, just because it is the sun. As for what humans think, it doesn't care. So the next day, when Tony Stark was talking to the Star Technology Committee about the next project planning, a representative carefully asked him if he wanted to control some unpleasant remarks, but he didn't even bother to talk about it, and skipped the topic. Then he dropped today's bombshell. New energy vehicles. This is just a preliminary exploration of energy applications. Tony talked freely, waving the wine glass in his hand casually, forming a sharp contrast with the reserved committee members. He held the wine glass in one hand, and waved the other hand in the air. In the air, a transparent three-dimensional model image emerged in the direction of his wave. This technology that can release projections at any time in the entire building also made the committee feel incredible. They have not figured out some of the technical details so far, but compared with the next project to be announced, it is not important. They saw a new type of car appear in Stark's palm. Its structure was separated from the three-dimensional state, and everyone could see its internal design under the hood, which is completely different from the current car. The core is a round model. Some kind of mechanical device, operating at an astonishing rate, seemed to be glowing with a dazzling blue light like the sun in the model. 100% clean energy, very cheap and very efficient. Tony said, application in the automotive field is just the first step of testing. Next, we will gradually advance, and eventually it can replace the entire traditional energy system, just like holding the energy of the sun in your own hands. Enough energy to lift everyone in the world out of poverty. This is what Stark has been doing in the original world for a long time, and it is also one of his most mature technologies. Since the birth of Iron Man, Stark technology has almost become the leader of the energy industry on Marvel Earth. Arc reactors are used in all aspects of people's lives, from cars to home appliances, to independent power supply for some buildings including Stark Tower, and many other important facilities. But this is also the technology that Stark has done the best to protect. After all, it is also the core of Iron Man, and Iron Man is obviously not for sale. So Stark ensured that people can use his arc reactor cars and his arc reactor appliances, but he limited them to consumer level. He tried his best to make the lower class people also enjoy the convenience brought by his invention, but he also fulfilled his promise of not selling weapons. Is this controlled nuclear fusion? Someone in the committee immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. These days, few people have not heard of this term. Compared with other black technologies, this technology seems to be closer to humans, but it also seems to be very far away. The energy that is almost infinite, absolutely safe and clean for modern humans is regarded as the ultimate goal of people's research on nuclear energy. Some people even call it the end point of nuclear research. Scientists who realize this possibility have become excited. This is something they thought they would never see in their lifetime, and even their next generation might not see it. Even laymen know that energy is a basis for promoting the advancement of countless fields. Just like the internal force determines the upper limit of a warrior, energy technology is equivalent to the internal force of a civilization. Controlled nuclear fusion technology is a peerless magic skill similar to the Nine-Yang magic skill, which is enough to push human civilization into an era of unlimited energy that is inexhaustible. This technology. An expert in the energy field of the committee had a dry throat and was unable to speak. Don't get excited. Tony smiled. Like I said before, even if I send you the design drawings, we are not ready yet. A bucket of cold water poured on their heads, but the experts soon realized that he was right. Controlled nuclear fusion is still a bit far away from their modern science. No one can tell how many high-tech patents there are on the seemingly simple model. Stark can let people enjoy the convenience of clean energy in advance, but they can only apply it. Just like most people can use mobile phones and computers, but they don't know how the hardware is designed and how the program is compiled. It is obviously not practical to really master this technology by themselves. Even in Marvel, this is the case. Stark's arc reactor has almost monopolized the energy industry, and countless people's lives are inseparable from his technology. But even so, no one, whether it is the military, Hydra, or geniuses all over the world, can replicate the Iron Man armor. When Dr. Hines stretched out his hand tremblingly and clicked on the model of the circular device to view the details, his excited expression soon froze in place. Until it became a little weird. Cold nuclear fusion? Many people on the committee had heard about this field, and they froze immediately after hearing what he said, showing an expression of out of the blue. If controlled nuclear fusion is considered a research direction, then cold nuclear fusion is almost magic, a magic that they can't understand at all. The concept of cold nuclear fusion is not new. It was proposed many years ago, but now there are no serious scientific researchers to study it. The reason is simple, because almost no one can come up with unquestionable evidence to prove that this thing really exists. It is just a concept. With the continuous decline in the popularity of mainstream academia, it has almost been sentenced to death, and can only be active in science fiction movies. But at this moment, they are looking at a model that seems to be a cold nuclear reactor with their own eyes, and they hear the person who designed it tell them that it is ready for large-scale application and the technology is mature enough to completely replace traditional energy. Wait, that's not right. They quickly looked stiffly at the Iron Man armor that was stopped by Stark, and stood there quietly. All eyes were focused on the core on the chest of Iron Man's armor. They had guessed before that it might be the energy core that powered Iron Man's suit. It's just that no one had ever had the opportunity to study it up close, and the existing observed data could hardly get any readings from it that were close to the nuclear reactors under the existing technological system, so no one thought about it at all. After all, in human cognition, nuclear power generation is simply boiling water. No excess heat has ever been detected, so no one has ever thought that Stark flies around with a nuclear reactor on his chest all day. So when they looked at Iron Man's armor again, at the small but cold reactor on his chest, they could hardly hold back their WTF in their heads. A miniature controlled cold nuclear fusion reactor that is less than the size of a palm. Chapter 250, The Bad-Mouthed Warrior, Asking for a Monthly Ticket. The committee members looked at the Iron Man armor with fiery eyes, and it was almost difficult to describe the deep shock they felt at this moment. Cold nuclear fusion was already a magical miracle in their eyes, and a palm-sized reactor? This must be magic, right? Well, it's not the cold nuclear fusion theory you speculated before, but if you must use the system you have proposed as an analogy, you can understand it this way. Tony leisurely refilled another glass of wine. The arc reactor is a technology that has almost no prototype in reality, but according to Marvel, if you must use a fantasy technology in reality as an analogy, the closest one should be cold nuclear fusion. The creation of this thing itself is a miracle, and from its creation to its miniaturization to the size of a palm, this is another miracle, based on a miracle. Here we can see Stark's awesomeness again. Even in Marvel, where the overall scientific system is far ahead of reality, this is definitely his unique black technology. He literally hand-kneaded the first miniature arc reactor in human history using scraps of missiles in a terrorist cave. Afterwards, his uncle Obadiah Stane found the top scientists of Stark Technology, a large number of top authorities in the energy field, and used the best equipment and the best funds. Facing a ready-made giant reactor in Stark Industries, no one could tell him how Tony hand-kneaded the miniature version in the cave. Obadiah was furious and roared at them. Tony Stark made this thing in a broken cave, using a pile of picked-up garbage. And now the finished product is here. I just asked you to shrink it. Then he only got the pale reply from the expert. Sorry sir, but I'm not Tony Stark. Even in Marvel, this iconic technology of Iron Man is a miracle that cannot be replicated, let alone in this world. Dr. Hines of the lunatic asylum was the most knowledgeable member of the committee. He quickly calmed down from his state of shock. Then Mr. Stark, just ask for whatever you need. We will definitely meet it. Of course, I knew you would. I have asked my assistant to send the list of requirements. Tony smiled and raised his glass. See, like I said before, happy cooperation. Replacing the existing energy system with mature reactor technology, once successful, will create huge benefits for the entire Earth Polestar in terms of energy, and it is also a change that every ordinary citizen can truly feel. As for Chu Cheng, he also has many considerations. The realization of arc reactor technology is also very important to him. His goal is not just to drive 1 or 2 sets of armor. He may build a lot of armor, as well as a robot Iron Man core, which may involve an entire Iron Man army, land, sea and air combat teams, rescue teams, construction teams, evacuation formations to maintain order, and so on. And he also plans to apply arc reactors to other equipment technologies, for which he will also need a very large base of raw materials in the future. Anyway, we'll ask for a lot of money here, and we'll first get a few warehouses for raw materials. After Chu Cheng's planning, he estimates that about 30% will be used to fulfill the committee's promise, and at most 40% will not be more. The rest will be swallowed up by himself to develop and make equipment. Don't ask. If you ask, it's because he inherited the spirit of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, the thief who never leaves empty-handed. The starting price for landscaping the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion building is 100 million yuan, and Chu Cheng feels that it's not more conscientious to take such a small kickback for such a large project. In addition, his benefits are not limited to materials and equipment. Friday, the experience in these 2 days should be good. Chu Cheng asked. Since the technology module was opened, scientific research has become an important part of upgrading and unlocking new functions. And this part is in line with Stark's professional skills. Whether he is a tin can or a dog owner, this guy is so arrogant that he almost wrote "I'm the best in the world" on his face. Stark, who already has an extraordinary temperament, put on a layer of cool armor. Since he appeared at the Starry Sky Technology Conference, his attention has been rising rapidly. The committee also had high hopes for him. The materials were large and well organized. This not only allowed him to build new equipment faster, but also gained a lot of experience during the development process. The experience gained from the street actions of the heroes in the neighboring city should not be small. It's still considerable, but it's still a long way from the next upgrade. Friday said, in addition, sir, according to the introduction of the new pool, the probability of high-level heroes and equipment in the A-level mixed pool may be affected by the level. What do you mean? When your account level is upgraded, the probability of extracting A-level heroes from the pool may increase appropriately. Friday explained. Point, how high can it be? No, before that, Chu Cheng was a little confused. What is the probability now? It is impossible to estimate. Lack of necessary information. Friday shook his head. Chu Cheng. So this description made Chu Cheng feel a little sick. This reminded him of countless similar card drawing mobile games. Sometimes, unscrupulous merchants will tell you that we have increased or decreased the probability of rare characters in a certain pool, but probability is a hidden data that cannot be seen at all, and you don't know whether it is real or fake. If it were any of those Krypton Gold card drawing mobile games, he would still join the army of players who cursed and denounced it. But considering the current situation, whether this game is unscrupulous or not, he has to play it obediently, so he simply saved his saliva and drew directly. How many draws can we draw now? 12 C-level pool single draw tickets, plus 1,200 hero points, 24 bursts of B-level or C-level pools, and 2 bursts of A-level pools. Okay, it sounds like the A-level pool is really expensive. But if you think about it from another angle, it's actually not that bad. Although the A-level pool may not produce A-level heroes, as long as the hero is produced, it is guaranteed to be B-level, and it is not like the B-level pool, which is filled with a lot of messy things. So it looks like there are only 2 shots. But if you really put the points into the B-level pool, the quality of the shipment is not necessarily that high. First is the first shot. accompanied by a gorgeous and dazzling equipment shipment special effect around metal creation immediately came into view. New Element Mark II arc reactor. Speaking of the devil, Chu Cheng happened to be customizing armor, and it just so happened that one came in handy. The Iron Bat armor he was building combined the technology of many different systems, and the weapon system was significantly improved compared to the conventional Mark series armor. But the biggest flaw is the energy system. The old model of the reactor is not a little bit worse than the new elemental one. The new element reactor can undoubtedly make up for the core shortcomings of the Iron Bat armor and greatly improve the basic performance in all aspects. Then came the only second shot. Not surprisingly, this time there was no first shot to give an A grade, and Hammer Brother still retained his position as the strongest in the team. B-level hero, but not an ordinary B-level. Super mercenary, immortal warrior, broke the fourth wall, and everyone loves the foul-mouthed warrior. Deadpool 8600 plus words. Double monthly votes at the end of the month. Keep begging for monthly votes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.